had planned something different this year. We had hoped that we'd be having it at LA Tech. They were going to host it for the first time this year. So different, but definitely not as we planned. So we appreciate you bearing with us if we have any technical difficulties, as this is our first rodeo in trying to host a virtual conference. I'm Karen Stokes. I'm with the Center for Cardiovascular Diseases and Sciences. And I'm joined in the organization of the conference by Dr. Elizabeth Disbrow for the Center for Brain Health, Dr. Kevin Murnane from Louisiana Addiction Research Center, and our colleague, Dr. Kevin Holley at LA Tech. And it's Dr. Holley, along with Joseph Mertens, who have really allowed us to do this by virtual means, because I can tell you the other three of us are not that technically inclined. We would have had a hard time to do this. So on behalf of all of us, a very big welcome to RAID, and thank you for participating. Now, obviously the virtual format, it's going to be a little bit different for some of us who haven't participated in a conference yet in the last few months, but hopefully you'll find an exciting setup today. We have some local people who have really good expertise in entrepreneurship and cutting edge technology, and helping us to use that technology to move towards the next step in our, especially with the trainees, in your job future. And we also have a guest speaker from the Center for Brain Health, Bart Rimpa from UT Dallas. And we're going to finish with Suzanne Tinsley, Dr. Suzanne Tinsley from School of Allied Health Professionals. So the primary reason that we didn't just cancel RAID and we really moved forward was for the trainees. We really wanted to be able to give the trainees an opportunity to present their research, and also to learn a little bit more about, your next career step, and also how to move technology forward, etc. And it's good. We've had a pretty good turnout despite the virtual format. We have 36 posters and 4 trainee talks today. And we do have a rapid fire poster round at 11:15. And that is the top 15 posters have been chosen, and they have 90 seconds and 1 slide to present their poster. But they are also available along with everyone else in the poster session that will run online 11:25 to 12:45. You'll be able to go on the website, which is researchandindustryday.org, and look up posters in your categories of interest, engage via online chat with the poster presenters. So please do that. Show them your support and your interest in their research. And then finally, for questions for the talks, please maybe ask at the end, unless the speakers say interrupt whenever, and do unmute yourself and ask in person, because it would be nice for them to know there is actually someone at the other end of the screen. It's a weird way to give a talk when you don't see the audience. So please engage them and enjoy the talks. If you do prefer, we will monitor the chat function though, just in case. And finally, something a little bit different. We have a Viewer's Choice Award today. So you're going to be able to go on the website under the events drop down. There's a viewer choice, and you can choose your best and favorite from all of the presenters today, all the trainee presenters today. So please go ahead and vote for your favorite. And we also have an evaluation for the post-conference survey. We'd really appreciate you filling that out, and Dr. Disbrow will remind you again at the end. So with that, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, our speakers. We have from LSUS Cyber Collaboratory. We have Dr. Julie Lessiter. She has quite a substantial resume, and her education background is quite impressive. So she has 2 bachelors from Northwestern State University, 1 in health and exercise science and 1 in business administration, with a minor in marketing. And she has also 2 masters, 1 in education and 1 in business administration, and a doctorate in educational leadership. So very well-rounded, and that has led her to her current position as director of, I've lost my way now. I have to get it right. Vice Chancellor for Strategic Initiatives. So she started off as Director of Student Athlete Academics at Northwestern and Women's Administrator there also, and went to Arkansas for a bit. She was here in neurosurgery for a bit, but she's been at LSUS since 2010. As Associate Vice Chancellor for Academic Services and also Provost for Enrollment Management. So she's going to speak really in her role as Vice Chancellor for Strategic Initiatives today, I think. And she'll be joined in the talk by Scott Isaacs. So he has a BS in Business Administration and with a minor in Economics from Centenary here. Also a professional certificate in digital arts and several other certifications in IT stuff I do not understand at all. He started with Louisiana State Police. He worked with Ramfu Agency as an IT or cloud development manager, and somewhere in there he also set up his own business. And this year he joined LSUS as the director of the Cyber Collaboratory. So with that, I'll hand it over to Dr. Lessiter and Scott Isaacs.
All right, thank you so much. We're about to share screen, so bear with us for a second here. Can everybody see what I am seeing?
Yes.
We'll go to the top. All right, as Dr. Stokes said, this is sort of strange when you're doing this type of presentation because you don't get the feedback from your audience. So we're going to do this and we'll take questions at the end. We've got lots of slides to go through, so we'll talk for a little bit and then do the show and tell. So again, I'm Dr. Julie Lessiter, Vice Chancellor of Strategic Initiatives. I'm going to do this presentation today with Mr. Scott Isaacs, who is our new director of our Cyber Collaboratory. And we're talking today about engaging and innovating in this digital world, which I think is very relevant right now when we're living in COVID, because as you've seen, the organizations and companies that have been successful are those who either had a strong digital platform or were willing and able to adapt to a digital platform. And also, as we all know, we're living in this digital economy. Some people call it the fourth industrial revolution, but for ease of words, we'll just call it the digital economy. So we'll talk a little bit about that technology and how that's driving change and how that impacts you all. So today, we're going to talk about, again, education and the next wave of innovation. So what are the key core competencies to be successful in this digital economy? The challenges faced by the current generation, how we're trying to bridge the gap between education and industry, and then spark some ideas for collaboration, research, and innovation, which I think, having seen some of the posters, topics, I think you guys are already there, so that's exciting. So just looking at these core competencies quickly, and again, we have a lot of slides, so I'm going to breeze through a few of these. These are the core competencies that I have been told. I work a lot with industry. If you look at the research and the literature, this is the major things that people are looking for right now, is that ability to manage large data sets and perform high-level analytics. Now more than ever, we have so much data at our fingertips. And so how do we use that data to make informed decisions? The ability to work in an interdisciplinary team. You know, many years ago, we were all very siloed in our disciplines, and now there's so many cross-disciplinary teams working together to solve problems. So that ability to work with people outside your normal set of your academic discipline is incredibly important. This has always been the core competency to think critically and problem solve, the ability to communicate both internally and externally, the ability to be a technophile, which means being comfortable with different technologies. Resiliency, we're all going to fail at something. That's where our biggest learning gains come from. So being able to fail at something and then learn from that and pick ourselves up and go again. And then having that global mindset. Now more than ever, we are able to have an impact at a global level, not just in the region that we live in, the state that we live in, or the country that we live in. So being able to understand what's happening from a global perspective is incredibly important. I always like to share this little chart or graphic when I'm doing a presentation, particularly when I'm talking about technology, because, and I probably should compare what's happened in 2015 to 2020 just to see the differences that are occurring and what's happening in an internet minute. And when we look at what's creating change, it's the fact that technology is really pushing things at the speed of light. And I'm sure maybe some of you right now may have picked up your phone or sent a text real quick or scrolled through social media, but just take a second and look at all the things that are happening. And we're used to that immediate feedback now. And so this actually, I always like to share this slide too, the 4 challenges of the digital economy. These create some challenges when you're looking at technology, particularly for you guys who are coming out of education right now. I always say I would never have gotten my doctorate degree if Netflix was around when I was studying. So we have the digital deluge, and this information is from 2010. So you can well imagine it's twice as bad now. But we're consuming 3 times as much information daily as we did in the 1960s. And more daily than we did in a lifetime in the 1400s. Just think about that for a second. So you're being bombarded with information. And how do you control or sift through all of the information that's being presented to you all day long? Then we have the digital distraction. Again, some of you may remember the days when we would sit at the doctor's office or wait on a bus and have nothing to do, so we'd let our mind wander. And Zoom challenges that we're never bored anymore, and boredom allowed us to be creative. I'm as guilty as anyone that as soon as I have nothing to do, I will pick up my phone and scroll aimlessly through social media. So it's good to be bored. It allows us to be creative. Then we have that digital dementia. Again, many of us remember when we had to memorize people's phone numbers, for example, or we didn't have GPS in our car. And so we had to memorize how to get to places. Again, I'm very guilty of this. I'll plug an address into my GPS and not really pay a whole lot of attention on how I got somewhere. And then the digital deduction. We don't have to think through problems as much as we used to be, or as much as we used to have to. We can now look up information immediately or watch a YouTube video to figure out how to do something. So we don't have to figure it out by trial and error. We have information at our fingertips. But this also leads to opportunities, right? So we now have this availability of a large amount of data. So theoretically, our decision-making and problem solving should be better. We have the ability to bring experts in from all over the world. As we're doing today on a Zoom call, we have people together from different locations. And so the ability to communicate all over the world to solve problems is incredibly important. The decreasing cost of technology. When you look at solving problems, a few years ago, some of the high cost of technology precluded that from being a product that would be able to go to market that people would buy because the technology was so expensive. But now every year, the cost of technology is decreasing. And then we have that ability to have a positive impact on many lives. And again, not just in this region or in this area, but globally. And I think for many of us, having an impact or being impactful with our problem solving and our research is incredibly important. So we're going to look at ways technology is changing the healthcare industry in particular, because that's what you guys are in, and I'm using healthcare in a very broad sense here. And so some of the areas that we've looked at for our cyber collaboratory, which we're going to talk about here in a little bit, is the artificial intelligence, the machine learning. Now we have EMRs. We have access to big data. There's actually a lot of projects going on. One in particular that pops up in my mind is between the LSU Health Science Center physicians and our computer science physicians who are doing bioinformatics. They have taken large data sets and are finding patterns to be able to come to conclusions on treatment plans or create new life-saving drugs. These are great things that we're able to do now thanks to technology. Virtual reality. Scott is going to talk to you guys in a little bit about some of the virtual reality solutions that we're putting into place, but it's being used to train future surgeons. Virtual reality as a rehabilitation tool is the next big wave, and then even in counseling and mental health areas. Same with augmented reality. It's used in training situations and teaching situations. So we're using HoloLenses, which you would generally associate with gaming, but to teach anatomy, where students can get real life visuals of what's happening or what's going on without actually having to be physically there with a patient. Wearables. I'm sure everybody either has or knows someone that has an Apple Watch, a Fitbit, or an Oura Ring. We'll talk about those in just a minute. Nanotechnology. It's revolutionizing how we practice medicine with pill cams and smart patches. Robotics. You guys are probably familiar with the Da Vinci surgical robot. Exoskeletons, those types of things. And 3D printing. We have many capabilities with many different materials to use 3D printing for artificial limbs, biotissues. I think they were doing nasal swabs, 3D printing nasal swabs for COVID. So lots of different things going on here. All right, I've talked for a long time to show some pictures here. On the left, we have the exoskeleton, which is helping patients with physical therapy and rehab. On the right, one of my favorites is the Gatorade nanotechnology patch. And what they're actually doing is trying to predict or track COVID through sweat, which I thought was interesting. Then you have the Apple Watches, which are now monitoring whether they're accurate or not. That's not for me to say. Blood oxygen, blood pressure, heart rate. And then if you guys aren't familiar with what's on the right of the screen, an Oura Ring, this is tracking HRV. And essentially HRV in layman's terms talks about your ability to recover and to have a hard workout the next day. The NBA has actually bought Oura Rings for each of their athletes, and they're using that to try to predict who had COVID. So there's a lot of research going on, particularly in the area of COVID right now, because it's top of mind for everybody, using all sorts of different health technologies. And then I like this graphic because I think it really sums up what we're doing in terms of technology in healthcare and the future of healthcare, because we have these portable devices that are monitoring and giving data back either to our phone. If you've uploaded or advanced your iPhone to the latest version, you now have the option to participate in health research, which I found interesting. But it's all going up to a cloud that we could then do telemedicine. We have a lot more data at hand. So here I go with what industry wants. I talk to industry a lot of time. You guys have the BRF. I think there's a presentation later from somebody who works at BRF and what they're looking for with graduates. And primarily they're looking for students who are job ready from the first day of hiring. They don't have to train them for the next 6 months. But they're looking for people who have these specific applicable skills, who can use technology to solve problems and work in teams and have that full complement of soft skills. On the other hand, you have this traditional higher education model where we're trying to teach students to be well-rounded citizens, have a positive impact on society. We're teaching this broad theory, not specific skills for a specific industry, but working on projects in their own specific academic area. So there's a little bit of conflict between what industry is looking for and then what higher education, as their traditional model, is doing. So here at LSUS, we're trying to bridge that gap. We're definitely still teaching the theory, right? You can't be creative or innovative if you don't know how things work. So you have to know the theory behind how things happen or how things are working. But then also being able to provide situations where students have to problem solve without the aid of technology. And then giving students that opportunity to create and fail in a safe environment. Again, you learn the most when you start a project or try to solve a problem and it's not successful, because then you learn what didn't work and then you can go back and figure out how to make it better. We're bringing students together from many different disciplines to be able to problem solve from different perspectives. It's really interesting in these classes when you bring artists together and scientists together and then people from the business, students in the business programs, to see how they all solve problems from a different perspective But I think at the end, you get a much better solution. And then providing students to work with industry in this controlled environment so they have that understanding of what it's like to be a professional in the workplace. And we're doing this, first of all, with our idea space. It's based on the Stanford model of design thinking, where we have that minimal use of technology. And then we're being very specific in teaching the steps of problem solving. And again, like I said, we're bringing students together from multiple different degree programs and starting off with these elementary problems and walking them through, here's how you would go systematically step by step to solve a problem. And then letting people just work through perhaps larger real world problems to come up with solutions. So this is a very theoretical based, how are we going to solve the problem? And then we move into our cyber collaboratory where Scott is going to show you some great pictures. And this is really what we wanted to show you today is the pictures of the cyber collaboratory to spark some thoughts. But this is where we take that theory and then put it into application. So the cyber collaboratory is a 10,000 square foot space designed to be used by K-12 students and teachers. So we're trying to teach the teachers how to teach using technology and being creative at a young age for the students, our university students, and then industry. And then using this modern technology, I like to call it cutting edge or bleeding edge technology, where students are allowed to use this equipment to solve problems. Particularly in this region, it's important for us to expose our students to this cutting edge technology so that they have access to be able to creatively problem solve. I think it's really, really important that we're giving students the ability to use virtual reality or augmented reality to solve real world problems. And then we're also bringing industry into the center so that students can see what it means or what it looks like for industry to be there working with technology for this product development. And so a couple of the examples of industry and research that we're doing. We used our 3D printers to create PPE for the healthcare industry and those working in public service during COVID. We're working with StrikeWorks, which is the research and innovation branch of Global Strike, which is part of the Air Force. We're doing some really novel problem solving with them. Artificial intelligence with the city of Shreveport, and then machine learning for automated diabetic detection and scoring. So a lot of fun projects, a lot of exciting projects going on there. So I'm going to turn it over to Scott to show you our cyber collaboratory. And this is where, I've talked for a while. I'm now going to let him do his show and tell, which is far more exciting than what I had to say. So over to you, Scott.
Scott, we can't hear you.
I did it again. I apologize. Thank you, Dr. Lester. I appreciate it. Once again, my name is Scott Isaacs. I am the director here at the Cyber Collaboratory. We've been open since August for students to come in, and we are still kind of working through some of the phases. I wish all of you we could be meeting here so I could show you, because it's much more impressive in person, but we'll kind of go through these slides right now, just kind of give you an idea of what is here and what's to come. What we're looking at right now is the collaborative workspace. It's a large open area for students and teams to work on projects. The furniture in this particular area is movable, so it can be reconfigured for different sprints and projects that are going to be worked on. After the idea space that Dr. Lester mentioned, where you ideate what you want to work on your project, this is the next area you would come to actually start doing further development on the project. And recently we've done some design sprints with StrikeWorks, working on multiple projects for them. And it's a great collaborative open area where you can kind of think through a lot of things. The next area that we're looking at is it's another view of the collaboratory, just so you kind of get an idea of what the space is like and the size and the layout in the different areas. The first area we're going to focus on is the exam room. We call it the exam room of the future, or exam room 2150. This is a telemedicine and IoT research area. With this day and age with COVID, all of us have done telemedicine where we're on Zoom or other products to actually visit with our physicians. But as an extension of that, we want to look at being able to put more wearables and IoT type devices at home to better track patients. Say you have a patient who lives remotely, like in our area, we have a lot of rural patients who have to travel an hour to 2 hours to come see you, or you have somebody who's in fragile health who needs to be seen frequently, but you really don't want them traveling and coming up to the to your facility that frequently. Well, with the different wearables and IoT devices, you'd be able to monitor them more closely and have those metrics sent directly to the physician's workstations and into their charts. So that way you have a more holistic view of what's going on with their health. With their health, and actually help diagnose them better, because a lot of times people will have symptoms while they're at home, and when they come see you, they're not doing as well. So this way you can hopefully capture a better holistic view of the patients, and then we can treat them accordingly. This is also an area where we're going to be working on the AR and VR therapy that Dr. Lester was speaking about. It's, you know, this day and age with the Zoom, like with counseling, looking at us, like you're looking at me right now and we're having this, you kind of a disconnect because you don't have that personal feel to it. And when you're dealing with mental health and counseling, that's actually a big deal because there's that interaction that people need. But so looking at VR, when you're in an immersive environment, studies are showing that it's actually improving mental health and wellness and counseling sessions using VR. So that way, because it actually gives a higher sense of engagement with the patients. And also what we're looking at here is potentially physical therapy. With wearable sensors, because, you know, going to your physical therapist and 2 to 3 times a week and doing the exercises you're supposed to go home and do them properly as well. And we all know patients are patients. They don't necessarily do them properly or remember what you told them to do or things of that nature. So integrating that into VR and AR with wearable sensors, you can actually track to make sure they're doing their exercises, making sure they're doing them properly, raising their arms or legs appropriately. And the VR can actually show them how they're doing it as well, because it can track what they're doing, tell them that they're doing it, and possibly make minor corrections. So that's some exciting things that are coming in IoT and remote therapies. So next we're going to take a look at our biofab lab. This is going to be a clean room that is suitable for biofabrication studies and research. Prosthetics and advanced splint production and development are going to be in this area. We're also looking at cell link printers, which are the depositing 3D printers for bioprinting. We also are looking at, I have some biocompatible resin printers, which do the kind of more the hard items. And then we're also looking, this is kind of our phase 3 build out. We're in the initial stages of program development for this area. So this is an upcoming area. So any potential projects that anyone has or wants and have ideas for this, we're definitely listening to our industry partners as we build these 2 particular areas out. Next, we're going to be looking at, this is our holo room. We have a holographic table and we also have a holographic wall. Holographs are immersive and interactive 3D projections. Most of us have seen 3D in movie theaters or even in your own home, and the items come out at you, but it doesn't matter where you sit, everything looks the same. So with a hologram, it's actually, when I say interactive, if you go to walk around the table, the perspective shifts to where it looks like you're walking around an actual item in front of you. So it really grabs your attention and grabs your students' attention and actually helps you with the ingestion of what you're looking at in front of you. So, and I know what we're looking at right now is an engine from an airplane on the screen right now. But if you can imagine a heart being up there, so in where you could have that heart, it can be in different pieces and you can take it apart. It can be put in motion so you can see how the blood flow goes through and pumps through the heart and see how the valves work, all in this sort of immersive learning versus just looking at a screen or a textbook or a 2-dimensional picture. So, and then, but you can, we're kind of working with collaborative projects between kinesiology, biology, and our digital arts department right now to start work on creating anatomy models for this type of training for students. And one thing that they're kind of excited about is, you know, most of the models you see are of healthy parts. Well, they're wanting to start working on particular disease pathologies so you can get a really immersive look at, say, coronary artery disease or valve defect, going back to cardiology, but doing this with a lot of different multiple systems. We also have other industry partners like the Air Force looking at it for training for different items as well. Next, we're going to look at our EDU space. This is kind of our classroom meets esports arena. It's got a lot of advanced computers and things of that nature. This is actually for an advanced classroom. This is where AR, VR, machine learning, data visualizations, and are going to be taught and researched. So when we were discussing the potential of physical therapies and counseling through VR, this is the room and the area where the classes are being taught and where we have the compute power, because a lot of people don't know to create those things, you need some very high-end computers to actually create all the things, the graphics for that in the program. So this is where this is going to be done. And also, as Dr. Lessiter mentioned, some of the machine learning projects, one in particular that the class is actively working on now as part of a master's level class is automated diabetic retinopathy detection and scoring. So from level 0 to 4, and so that way it kind of helps track a patient's progress automatically using machine learning. So a multitude of different projects are being done like that in this area. Next, we're going to be looking at our rapid prototyping area. This is an environmentally controlled room for our desktop filament, resin, and dual extrusion printers. And in the right-hand side, you can also see in the corner, we also have a big rep, which prints a meter cubed. So a very large print envelope to where we can go from very tiny and very high resolution to very large products in this particular area. In this area, this for now, while we're waiting on the biolab to be printed, to be built, this is where we actually do have the biocompatible resin printers for dental items to be printed, so we can start working on some of our biocompatible items and testing that out. This area was actually, the printers were used at the beginning of the year, as Dr. Lessiter mentioned, as part of an AEP grant to print PPE when COVID started, and there was such a shortage. So we printed out the face masks and the clips to get the masks off your ears for comfort. This is also going to be a component of prosthetics for building out parts for that, and looking at potential doing things like custom bicycle seats to reduce rider trauma. And there's been a few other projects that have been brought to us as well that are more of like a health lifestyle type items. And this area is being built out in December to be hopefully finished up in January to where it's all full ready to go. And then next, we're going to be looking at our protospace. Protospace is a larger project space for long-term and oversized projects. We have already in-house, we have metal printing, continuous carbon fiber, Kevlar, and custom circuit board printing capabilities. And this is where it's going to be housed. Once again, those particular items for the metal, we could print joints for prosthetics, continuous carbon fiber, make very strong reinforced lightweight items along with the Kevlar as well. And if we need for the sensors, if we're wanting to make our own custom circuit boards for sensors and for wearables and things of that nature, we would be printing in this area. This area is also being built out in December and hopefully ready. We'll have it and it's scheduled to be ready to use in January. So next is going to be our robo drone space. This is just a hands-on workshop for building and developing drones and robotics. So advanced circuitry and things of that nature as well. Drone swarms, LiDAR mapping, heavy drones will be researched in here. LiDAR drones can be used for disaster recovery, mapping levees to prevent future breaches and things of that nature. This area will also be an extension of the telemedicine with the IoT devices, because we're going to have the area to working on circuits and things of that nature for the wearables. This is an extension area of that as well. So next is our system controls area. This is a NOC-style monitoring center that can be used for classes and industry partners who need large independent viewports. It can be used for disaster management, cybersecurity, industrial controls, smart cities, and other data visualization intensive items. And for disaster recovery and disaster management at your facility. So if you have a large influx of patients coming into multiple facilities, you can track your ER, your bed counts and all the other major metrics that you need to deal with that disaster. It can be used for things like they're using them for items like COVID as well for World Health Organization, to where you can actually track the pandemic and spreads and things of that nature. So it's really just a place where you can ingest a lot of data visualizations at one point in a group, to where you can actually work on projects of that nature. And then lastly, we have our lounge. This is just an informal area that's going to be infused with more IoT devices, to where students and industry partners can just be a little more relaxed and discuss their projects and interact with IoT devices, and just kind of discuss projects and things. And that's a rough breakdown of the Collaboratory.
Right, thank you, Scott. And I will say, normally when we do a tour in person, it takes about an hour. So we've run through that in about 30 minutes, and we don't have all the answers. We were just talking about some of the projects that we're working on right now. Hopefully that has sparked some ideas for you all. And any ideas that you have, we'll be happy to listen and help you work on. So I'm going to open it up for questions. And I know when I ask my class if they have questions, I get dead silence. So I'm going to, first of all, start with a few questions to get everybody warmed up. And then I'm going to turn it over to make sure we're going to stop sharing screen and let people ask. But how do I get to see this in person? You met the guy. It's scott.isaacs@lsus.edu. He will be happy to show you around and show you any of these technologies and talk through if we can do what you're trying to or what you're trying to problem solve or not. I'm not an LSUS student. Can I use this space? Absolutely. Talk with Scott. And I need some help with data analysis. Can you all help with that? Again, the answer is absolutely. Talk with Scott. Maybe that's my answer to everything. Talk with Scott. But I'm going to stop sharing now and see if we can see people and open it up for questions for everybody else. Again, we were just talking about some projects that we have going ourselves. If you guys have some thoughts, I hope we've planted some seeds today, giving you access to an opportunity to think about the technologies that we have available right here in Northwest Louisiana.
Great, thank you very much, Dr. Lester. Anyone? Don't be shy about asking some questions.
I'll ask a question. I am wondering about access, because we have some people here from Arkansas, and how far, what is the access? I mean, can it be anyone? Is it Louisiana what's obviously there's a lot of funding associated with this. What are the boundaries of access?
So we are open for everyone. For us, being able to collaborate with different folks, whether that is students, faculty, or industry. Again, let's take 3D printing, for example. If you wanted to 3D print something or prototype something, we fully understand that people don't have access to 3D printing or carbon fiber printing or metal printing. So if you wanted to prototype something, we have, of course, what we do for our students, and then we have an industry rate and then a faculty rate. So, if you have a project or a product that you'd like to prototype, by all means, we would happily work with anyone from anywhere to assist in getting that done.
And I know a few people, when they saw, what was coming in terms of on the program, they're like, oh, I'd like to visit that. So I imagine there'll be a few people from here that might engage and want to come and visit and see it in person.
Absolutely. Our campus is open. We have temperature checks and we have drive-through temperature checks. So you guys are welcome to come. Just like I said, connect with Scott. Scott, if you want to throw your email in the chat again, just so everyone has it. It's real easy.
Absolutely.
Isaacs. But yeah, we're more than happy to show it to people in person.
Yeah, I think that 3D and the data processing, those are probably two big areas that we might be able to engage in. Anyone else have any questions?
I have a question.
Yeah.
So I absolutely love that talk. That was so fascinating. And I'm really excited to contact you guys. So do you guys already have the ability and streamline protocols for converting de-identified DICOMs into 3D models?
Yeah, yes, we can, are you trying to do it for like VR, actually printed, or all the above, or which
All
one are
of
you
the
looking for?
above, yeah.
All the above, okay, yes. We can discuss later on what for, depending on what you're wanting to do, depending on the format it's in, OBJ, STL, or if it's even a despondent sort of one that we need to convert to something else and then get it into what we can use. We can definitely work on that with you to get that ingested and produced however you would like it.
All right, yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I have another question. What kind of interface do you have with the electronic medical record? I'm working with Oshner and some folks here on trying to extend dementia diagnosis into rural communities that don't have access to specialty care. And there's definitely a need to link what we're doing with the electronic medical record. I don't know what would be a good way to do that, but do you have, how do you get access to electronic medical records? That's a HIPAA nightmare. So how does that work?
Well, my background before, when I was at RP, I actually handled healthcare analytics and connecting EHRs and data mining and things of that nature. It depends on what your, not just your, I'd say in general, what the organizations allow. A lot of places only want to deal with desensitized data, so that way they're not dealing with HIPAA, so they would actually generate a report, send the desensitized data, we would run whatever metrics we want to run off of that and send it back. Or we would provide the program so you could run it internally on the non-desensitized data and actually get the patients out that you're needing. Otherwise, you can actually set up SQL integrations into directly querying the EHR. If we haven't set that up for direct integrations here yet, but there are a lot of cloud-based ones. Like I was using Azure because you can sign a BAA with them and then get direct access using SQL Server to where we can direct query and run machine learning off of that just through those type things. So there's a multitude of different ways to do that. It's just it depends on the EHR, what accesses it allows, and actually which your organization allows. So, but we can definitely discuss that and try to find something that works for you to try to help out.
Cool, thanks.
Anyone else? Any of the trainees have any questions? I noticed that Scott has put his email in the chat for everyone, so you can copy and paste that if you need it.
And if you can't tell, I like to talk, so I'll discuss anything.
Well, I do have a question in terms of, it's really nicely set up how you can bring several groups together at your university and the students can be trained on all these technologies. What are the opportunities for training, say for our guys who might not have IT expertise, or how would could you integrate some training groups if someone was thinking, oh, I'd like to move in that direction for my career? Or do you recommend specific courses or their workshops?
I think you bring a really good point, because my first exposure to this was, I was actually up at AEP SWEPCO looking at their innovation lab, and they were using virtual reality and augmented reality in training for linemen. And I asked the question, well, who's developing this? And it was, what background does that person have? Is it computer science? And they said, no, it's someone he has a GIS background who taught himself how to do this. And so it's interesting that we're actually letting our students just experiment and explore. And so they're learning very rapidly how to do, particularly this VR and rehabilitation piece. And so we'd happily put together some sort of boot camps, because these technologies are so new that, people are learning they're learning as they learn, if that makes sense. And so again, we don't know what we don't know until we try and explore how to push these technologies further. So we'd happily put together some sort of training and boot camp type, I use the term loosely, boot camp, to help people understand the expansive abilities of these technologies and how to use them.
Right.
And we are working with different groups. Like we have an industry partner that they are an IT-based industry partner, but they're wanting people who are more in the humanities and digital arts, because those are the people that are, most computer science people are very, linear in the way they think. Well, they're wanting people that are more, artistic, because they can actually think of the solutions of what's coming up, because they're thinking outside of what the traditional is. So we're trying to work on bridging that gap, on teaching people who are not specifically trained in a particular area, but to know how to do it, so they can actually help augment what's already existing and to learn new pathways. So we can, whatever program you're looking to do, we can help develop that.
Great, and that whole, cross discipline grouping was very important for putting together a virtual conference for someone who'd never really attended these type of conference, but was doing the IT side to, what we would like to see. So that integration was really quite interesting. And I think, some of the students at our institute definitely would be interested in moving towards some industries that it may benefit them a lot to be able to engage in these technologies now.
Yeah, I'll give one last quick example. We had the Dean of Allied Health and a couple of PhD students over. Another center that we haven't built out yet, but we're building, is essentially exercise physiology and testing, but then also has a biomechanical lab. And so they were talking about now teaching students the planes of movement. It's very difficult in a 2D fashion, but being able to film and movement and take that back and put it on the holographic table in a beyond 3D, to then have students look at planes of movement would be incredibly important in teaching, particularly in the allied health area. So, I think, again, today we've planted some seeds about technology. When you actually come over and see the space, I hope it generates far more ideas of things that, we could use technology to do this, or improve our teaching this way, or make teaching more real and lifelike. That's a term. For our students, because I think that's the next wave of where we're going in this digital economy.
Great, thank you so much. I think if there are a lot of people out there that are interested in going over, we can maybe organize groups of people, small groups, I guess at this point, but groups of people, contact Scott, or if you want to go with, a few people who already collaborate with, contact myself, Dr. Disbrow, Dr. Murnane, if you want to sort of organize as a center to go. So does any of the trainees have any questions? Don't be shy. Nothing. Okay. All right. Well, thank you both very, very much. It was very fascinating.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. We've had great fun building this place. So everyone is more than welcome to come.
Yeah, I think you'll have a few visitors.
Great. Thanks, and have a fun day.
Thank y'all very much.
Take care. Bye. All right. So we'll move on to our first trainee talk now. And this is from Montserrat Barzagar. She is going to talk on human placental stem cells, derived extracellular vesicles, angiotensin converting enzyme 2, dependent protection in ischemic stroke. And she's from a physiology department. And so Montserrat, if you want to try and share your screen there.
Hi.
Hey.
Can you all see my screen?
Yep, it's working fine. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. First, I would like to thank the organizers of the meeting for giving me this opportunity to present my work with you all today. So starting with a short introduction, stroke is defined as a sudden onset of neurological deficit due to occlusion of blood vessels or hemorrhage in the brain. Severe lack of oxygen and nutrients results in neuronal cell death. Here are some of the therapies available which are being used to manage the ischemic stroke. However, none of these therapies could provide protection against injury induced by ischemia after onset of the stroke. Recently, stem cell-based therapy represents a promising approach to improve stroke outcomes. In our study, we particularly using and looking at the beneficial effect of human placenta mesenchymal stem cells, which are pluripotent adult stem cells. And they can be easily isolated with no associated ethical issues, and they don't trigger immune responses, and the risk of rejection is pretty low. And they have also shown some non-tumorigenic properties. What we have done here, we induce ischemic stroke to the mice using middle cerebral artery occlusion model. And after 1 hour of ischemia, we injected 500,000 of our stem cells intraperitoneally. And 24 hours after reperfusion, we measured some pathological complications associated with ischemic stroke. What we found was we saw that IP injection of stem cells could significantly reduce infarcted area, which was almost similar to the sham and our control group. And blood perfusion was restored, and our stem cells could maintain blood-brain barrier integrity. And there was also significant improvement in neurological and motor function of the mice. To track down the fate of our stem cells, we labeled them, and we observed only 1% of injected cells in the circulation over 24 hours after injection. Looking at the brain, we could not detect any stem cells penetrating into the brain, suggesting that there should be some other mechanisms involved in this protection. Instead of migration of stem cells into the brain and transdifferentiation into the neuronal cells. So we hypothesized that acute benefit of stem cells against ischemic injury reflects restoration of cerebral blood flow, preservation of the blood-brain barrier via paracrine signaling pathway. Paracrine function of stem cells is referred to secretion of wide range of trophic factors and extracellular vesicles, or EVs. So to demonstrate the role of EVs in this protection, we inhibited the formation and release of EVs from the cells using MBCD, or methyl beta cyclodextrin, which is known to be a cholesterol cleaving or removing agent. And flow cytometry analysis showed significant reduction in the number of EVs released from the stem cells after MBCD treatment. And we saw that protection offered by stem cells was lost in MBCD treated stem cells group. So based on our data and some other studies, we know that cholesterol could control the formation and release of EVs from the cells, and it's also required for the biogenesis of EVs. Now we wanted to see how cholesterol supplementation could change the beneficial effect of stem cells. After treating our cells with the cholesterol, we analyzed the number of EVs, and we saw here that there was significant elevation of the number of EVs after cholesterol treatment. Then we injected like 100,000 cholesterol-treated stem cells into our MCAO model, which was about 20% of our previous dose. And we saw this almost the same protection even with this lower dose of the cells, suggesting that EVs contribute to the stem cell-based protection in our MCAO model. So I have previously showed that stem cells could restore blood perfusion into the brain. More interestingly, when we compared both contralateral and ipsilateral of MCAO mouse, we noticed that there was a significant shift of blood perfusion toward contralateral, which was brought back to almost normal level after stem cell treatment. So what would be the mechanism behind this phenomenon? More recently, there have been growing evidence on neuroprotective function of angiotensin converting enzyme 2 axis of renin-angiotensin system. The classic pathway of renin-angiotensin system consists of ACE, Ang2, and AT1 receptor, which mostly exerts deleterious effects by inducing vasoconstriction, inflammation, and apoptosis. While there is an alternative axis in which ACE2 can convert Ang2 or Ang1 to Ang1.7 or Ang1.9. Each of them can bind and activate their corresponding receptors to induce vasodilation, anti-inflammation, or tissue survival. Here we wanted to see if ACE2 is involved in our stem cell-based protection. So what we did was we measured ACE2 expression, and here you can see there was a significant expression of ACE2 in both stem cells and EVs. To demonstrate the protective role of ACE2, we blocked the activation and expression of ACE2 by ACE inhibitor, and also another approach, transfecting our cells with lentivirus shRNA against ACE2. And what we found here was that ACE2 inhibitor eliminate the protective effect of stem cells against both infarction and reduction of blood perfusion. To validate and confirm our data, we used another approach by downregulating ACE2 expression. And this data was also consistent with our previous experiment, suggesting that ACE2 here also play important roles in the protection. Then we moved a little bit down to find through which receptor actually this protection is mediated. So we selectively blocked the AT2R receptor, and here we found that stem cells still could recover the mice against injury even after blockade of AT2 receptor, meaning that this protection is independent of at least AT2R receptor. However, when we blocked MAS receptor, you can see here that stem cells were not able to provide protection against ischemic injury after when these MAS receptors are already blocked. So to summarize my talk, we showed that IP injection of placenta stem cells upon reperfusion was protective against ischemic induced by MCAO. And EVs contribute to stem cell-based protection, and this protection, at least partly, was mediated through ACE2 MAS receptor pathway. For our future direction, we will investigate if EVs are associated with this beneficial effect of ACE2, and we will also test the cholesterol impact on ACE2 expression. And eventually, we are trying to manipulate these stem cells and EVs in a way to have more effective and safer therapy, and pushing it forward to clinical application in near future. And with that, I would like to thank my mentor, Dr. Alexander, my committee members, especially Dr. Wang, for providing us with human placenta mesenchymal stem cells, our collaborators, my lab members, Department of Physiology, and our funding sources. And I would like to take any question or comments.
Thank you very much, Masri. So how's about the trainees now? Have anyone got any questions? Or non-trainees, that's fine too, but I would like to see some participation of the trainees now. So I'll kick you off with one question anyway. So Masri, how easy is it to track these microparticles, these extracellular vesicles?
Yeah, so we haven't tried that yet, but there are some different approaches, labeling the specific markers on the EVs and then track them down. And there are also some imaging systems that we can use to track them down. But those are our future directions, hopefully.
If you stay here for another few years.
Yeah, doing another PhD.
Anyone want to put a question on the chat instead of in person if you really don't want to speak? None. Oh my goodness. So how do you think, a person with a stroke is going to be probably diabetic or hypercholesterolemic or hypertensive? Do you think that's going to change how the stem cells can work? And also in particular with lipid, thinking of hyperlipidemia, will it change how well the cells work?
Okay, so the cells are already known to be beneficial. They have some anti-inflammatory function, anticoagulation properties. So in general, they are beneficial. But in the context of all together, I still think they can be useful. But regarding that cholesterol or lipid level, I don't think it's gonna change any effect, at least for the person, because we are basically manipulating the cells. We are not introducing extra cholesterol to the patient. So it's basically everything is mediating through the cells.
Yeah, I was thinking of whether the cholesterol itself in the patient or high glucose, whatever would alter the efficacy of the cells. Has anyone given cells to diabetic mouse or?
Yeah, there have been some studies, not especially with placenta stem cells, and they have seen some protection.
Great.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions?
Yeah, I got one. So I was just curious about how stable these extracellular vesicles are, because I mean you ran flow on them, right? So they're getting sucked up that SIP and going through the entire cytometer. So how long do these like stick around or things like that?
So for our experiments, we collected the extracellular vesicles and we immediately injected to the mice. So we didn't keep them for a long time. But we have done some experiment without flow cytometry, and even with frozen EVs, we did see the protection.
Okay.
So they are pretty stable, but for that specific flow cytometry, it was right after the experiment because we wanted to know the exact number of the EVs we are injecting.
Right. All right, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? If not, we'll move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I should have told everyone you should just all unmute en masse at the end and clap. All right. Thank you very much. That was lovely.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next talk, which is by Maksudul Alam, and that is overexpression of CXCL17 is associated with aggressive cutaneous squamous cell carcinoma, and he's coming from Department of Otolaryngology, Head and Neck Surgery at LSU Health, Shreveport. All right, Maksudul, can you share your screen, please?
Yes.
Great. All right, you're up. That looks good.
Just a small correction about the title of my presentation. Actually, it's Rapalog inhibits mTOR-mediated STAT3 HIF1 alpha pathway in T53 mutant head and neck cancer and reduces tumor growth.
I'm
Actually,
sorry,
this
I
is
forgot to change that on my schedule. I was reading off, but it was changed, I think, on the website.
Yeah, it's been changed in the website. Anyway, good morning, everyone. And I am MD Maksudul Alam, and I'm a postdoctoral fellow in Dr. Shurian Nathan's lab. And today I'm going to present the work that we have done in our lab. And the title of my presentation is Rapalog inhibits mTOR-mediated STAT3 HIF1 alpha pathway in T53 mutant head and neck cancer and reduces tumor growth. So here is the background. Why are we interested in the P53 mutant head and neck cancer, and why are we interested in the mTOR inhibitors? So some of the background about the T53 mutant head and neck cancer. This subtype of cancer has the worst clinical outcomes, and they are the most difficult to treat. So this subset of patients, they are in urgent need of novel and effective therapy. But it turns out that the multi-institutional clinical trial that was conducted by my PI, Dr. Shuri and Nathan, that the patient with T53 mutation, they get benefited from the treatment with everolimus. Actually, it significantly increases the progression-free survival in those P53 mutant head and neck cancer patients. So now we want to evaluate the mechanism, how is preventing the tumor recurrence, how is preventing the tumor growth. And for that purpose, we have conducted experiments using cell line in vitro and also in vivo xenograft model. And we come up with our working hypothesis, and it turns out that mutant P53 often they stay in the cytoplasm, and it causes a sustained activation of mTOR C1 complex, and that mTOR C1 complex phosphorylates and activates STAT3. STAT3 stabilizes HIF1 alpha, and both STAT3 and HIF1 alpha, they goes inside the nucleus and causes expression of the genes that are involved in oncologic processes like tumor angiogenesis, tumor metastasis, and cell proliferation. So our hypothesis was that if we can inhibit mTOR C1, the STAT3 and HIF1 alpha driven oncologic processes will be inhibited, and thereby it can prevent the tumor growth and tumor recurrence. And to test our hypothesis, we did in vitro and in vivo experiments. First, I'm going to talk about the in vitro experiments. And for our in vitro experiments, we have used two isogenic cell lines. One is HN30 and another is HN31. One thing to mention, these cell lines are derived from the same patient, so they have the same genetic background. However, HN30 is the wild type P53 and HN31 is the mutant TP53. And we treat these cells with the rapalog CCI779, and we analyze by Western blot and qRT-PCR. So first thing first, we want to check whether CCI779 can inhibit mTOR pathway, and it turns out that it can inhibit mTOR C1 activity. As we can see, both in HN30, in HN31 cell line compared to the control, phospho-mTOR and phospho-S6 level is diminished. But the mTOR C2 activity was not inhibited. As we can see, phospho-AKT threonine 308 and serine 473, those are actually upregulated by the treatment. So there is some sort of feedback mechanism that's causing the activation of the mTOR C2 activity. And now you want to check whether the inhibition of mTOR C1 can inhibit STAT3 and HIF1 alpha pathway. And this is the Western blot results for the phospho-STAT3. And we can see here in the graph that in HN31, which is T53 mutant cell line, the phospho-STAT3 and total STAT3 level is actually downregulated by the CCI779 treatment. Worth mentioning here that phospho-STAT3 level is also downregulated in the wild type P53 cell line as well. And this is the Western blot for the HIF1 alpha. And as we can see, both in HN30 and 31, the HIF1 alpha is effectively reduced by the CCI779 treatment, as well as the BEGF mRNA expression level is also reduced effectively in both the cell lines. Now, here is the summary of our in vitro study. And we found that the rapalog CCI779, it inhibits mTOR C1 complex activity, but not mTOR C2 activity, both in the wild type and mutant cell line. And CCI779, it reduces the level of STAT3 and phospho-STAT3 slightly more effectively in the mutant T53 HN31 cell line. CCI779, it reduces HIF1 alpha level in both wild type and mutant cell line. And in turn, it reduces the BGF mRNA expression levels in both TP53 wild type and TP53 mutant cell line. So now we want to see, we want to translate the in vitro result in our in vivo xenograft model. And for that, we use HN31 cell line, which is a p53 mutant cell line. And we inject these cell lines in the flap of athymic nude mice. And when the tumor grows around 150 millimeter cube, we randomize the mice in two groups. One group's receiving vehicle only, and another group's receiving Rapalog everolimus oral suspension. And we treat those mice for approximately 3 to 4 weeks, and we measure the tumor volume and mice weight, and their health status is also monitored. And as you can see, like in this mice picture, that everolimus treated mice, they are much more healthier with a smaller tumor size. And on the right side, we have the tumor growth curve, and we can see everolimus treatment significantly reduces the tumor growth compared to the control group. Now we want to do some mechanistic study how this everolimus is inhibiting mTOR pathway. As we can see, the mTOR-C1 activity is inhibited, evident by the downregulation of phospho-S6 and phospho-mTOR. But mTOR-C2 activity is not inhibited. As you can see, phospho-AKT is actually upregulated. So similar results actually we have observed in our in vitro cell culture system. Now we want to see like the inhibition of mTOR-C1 can inhibit STAT3 and HIF1 alpha. And this is the Western blot, and this is the graph, quantification of this Western blot graph. As we can see, both the phospho-STAT3 and STAT3 level is actually downregulated when the mice is treated with everolimus. The HIF1 alpha is effectively downregulated, as well as mRNA expression of BEGF-A, which is involved in angiogenesis. It's also reduced by the treatment of everolimus in this p53 mutant tumor xenograft. And here we have done CD31 staining to measure the tumor angiogenesis, tumor bus culture in FADO xenograft. FADO is another p53 mutant hNSCC cancer cell line. And as you can see, with the treatment of Rapalog, the tumor bus culture is effectively reduced compared to the control mice. So here is the summary of our in vivo study. Everolimus inhibits mTOR-C1, but not mTOR-C2 in the p53 mutant hNSCC xenograft. Everolimus reduces the level of total and phosphorylated STAT3. In turn, it reduces HIF1 alpha level and BEGF mRNA expression, as well as it reduces tumor angiogenesis as apparent by the CD31 staining. And here are the future experiments that we are going to do. One of the things that we want to evaluate, we want to determine the effect of STAT3, HIF1 alpha, BEGF suppression, and how it actually inhibits the tumor vascularization. And we want to further determine the mechanism, how it prevents the tumor growth and tumor recurrence. And for that, we'll evaluate the cell death pathways like apoptosis and autophagy and other pathways that might be involved in this tumor prevention. And the big thing we are going to do, we are going to conduct a multi-institutional clinical trial enrolling only the mutant p53 hNSCC patients. And with that, I want to thank to my PI, Dr. Shuri and Nathan, and our lab members, but I especially thanks my coworkers and friends, Jean-Maurice and Alok and Tara. They all helped me with the experiments and data analysis. And thanks everyone for listening. And now I'm ready to take questions.
Thank you, Maxwell. Does anyone have any questions? Not yet. Okay. So that was really interesting, and it sounds like you're moving forward really impressively with it. I was just wondering, in terms of like when the treatment, like how late is too late for the treatment to occur, do you think? Because in your mouse model, when was the treatment given kind of alongside the tumors, or when they reach full volume, or what?
Okay, so we inject into the mice, and when the tumor reaches around 150 millimeter cube, it was around 8 to 10 days actually. And then we started the treatment.
Yeah.
And we continue for,
Sorry.
is that you?
No, carry on, sorry.
And then we continue the treatment until 21 to 24 days.
Yeah, I thought that was it, but when I saw the tumor volume, I wasn't sure. So that was just kind of growth from there on the graph, I guess. So in terms of the increase in TORC2 expression, is that going to have some side effects, do you think?
So we have not observed any toxicity in the mice. So by the side effects, I mean, mTORC2 activity might be activated by the feedback mechanisms. And as we know, AKT is the suppression of apoptosis, but the tumor growth might be prevented by some alternative cell death mechanisms or by the prevention of tumor angiogenesis. So that's why that is our future experiments that we are going to do. How is the tumor growth being prevented? Is it the suppression of the tumor angiogenesis so that the tumor is not getting enough nutrients? Or is it the alternative cell death, or it's apoptosis or cell cycle arrest? That those experiments we are going to conduct.
Great, really, really impressive. Anyone else have any questions?
Yeah, I got one.
Okay.
So when you went to the in vivo models, you showed that there was a significant reduction in mTORC1 signaling in vivo, but it looked like there was a decrease in total mTOR levels altogether. Do you think that's the reason why you see that decrease in the phospho S6 levels or something like that?
Very good questions, actually. So to answer your questions, it reduces both phospho and total level of the mTOR. So it reduces the total activity of this mTOR-C1 complex. And phospho S6 going down as phospho mTOR goes down because, and then phospho S6 is actually phosphorylated by the P70S6 kinase. That I have not shown that data, that phosphorylation also goes down. So that's how it works. So it's not only reduces the phosphorylation of the mTOR protein, but it also reduces the total mTOR protein. So in general, the total pathway is suppressed.
So what do you think that the reason for that reduction in?
Okay, so there can be several options. That's what I'm thinking. It's a rapalog, it's an rapamycin, it's an mTOR inhibitor pathway. So what it's doing, it might be causing some sort of selective protein degradation. That's why the mTOR total level is also going down. Or the transcriptionally, the mRNA level is going down. We don't know. We have to dig out the mechanisms, but most probably is the cytoplasmic stabilization actually. That's our hypothesis.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Just out of curiosity, I know people tend to generalize a lot when they're talking about VEGF-A, but you know the story about VEGF-A pro-angiogenic and anti-angiogenic isoforms? I think there actually is some data that suggests that Rapalog may be switching the form. So in addition to changing the overall amount of VEGF, when you measure VEGF-A, you may be able to slice that up a little bit more finely to see if there is isoform switching as well. It uses different transcripts and it's processed differently.
Very good suggestion. Thank you, Dr. Steve. So yeah, that's another plan. We will see different isoforms of the VEGF and how they're changing and which are on the pro-angiogenic and anti-angiogenic and how these things is balancing to inhibit the tumor angiogenesis. Thank you. Very good suggestions.
All right, I think we have to move on now. Thank you very much, Maksudal. Very nice. And I'll hand it over to Dr. Disbrow now.
Excellent. Kevin, do you want to explain the poster session?
Yes. Okay. So next up is the rapid fire poster session. And we have, I'm not sure how many do we have total, but each person 15. So we have 15 people presenting, and they have 90 seconds each. And we'll have like a 30-second transition time. I'm going to share my screen. I have all the posters together, and we're going to go through it, and I'll introduce the names of the people, and they should be on the Zoom call, and then they'll give a quick speech. All right.
There will be questions. So following the rapid fire session, we won't do questions at that time, but after this rapid fire session, there'll be a general poster session of all the posters. I think we had almost 40 posters. We'll put up a, we'll go to the website, and you'll be able to chat with all of the poster presenters and ask your questions then of these 15 rapid fire presentations, but also all of the other posters. And I'll remind you that there's a People's Choice Award, so don't forget to vote for your favorite poster. I think it's under the events tab at the website. So we'll put up the website location at the end of this and transition over to the interactive poster session.
All right, so that sounds good. And so the first person who will be presenting is Nathaniel Glassy. Is he here?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, so I guess you can get started.
Okay. Hey everybody, my name is Nathan Glassy. I'm a research associate here at LSU Health Science Center in the Center for Brain Health. Our lab looked at cortical activity underlying movement activation in Parkinson's disease. Movement activation is a function fundamental to executive control, and in Parkinson's disease, impairments in activation may underlie the common motor signs that are observed. Using MEG, we examined oscillatory power amplitude, peak latency, and frequency in cortical networks underlying motor activation in order to identify abnormalities associated with PD. Participants performed a cue target button press task requiring initiation of an uncued movement. MEG data was then mapped into source space using a structural MRI, and the results were contrasted with MEG data from matched motor output in which no movement was required. Compared to controls, PD patients had decreased power and delayed peak latency in the beta band in the medial frontal gyrus, an area involved in decision-making, and an alpha band in the pre-supplementary motor area, an area involved in like mediation of attention, movement activation. There's also simultaneous beta band synchronization in the primary motor cortex in the PD patients compared to controls. Previous studies have reported that prior to movement initiation, a beta band desynchronization occurs in healthy subjects, but it disappears once the movement response actually occurs. The abnormal beta and alpha band power changes that we observed in PD subjects could represent a compensation mechanism in order to maintain task performance. However, abnormal activity may be a form of widespread circuit dysfunction, and disentangling compensatory activity from pathological disinhibition will advance our understanding of the pathophysiology of PD.
Kevin, you're muted.
Sorry about that.
Hi, shall I start?
So now it's, Carolina is next.
Sandeep Kandragula.
Oh, is this yours?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you can go.
Yeah, hi. The sigmoid sinus is a paired venous drainage structure inside the cranial vault and get its name from its S-shaped curvature. The morphology of sigmoid sinus is highly variable from person to person. Therefore, operating in its vicinity can be quite risky and the complications can be devastating in the surgeries. So despite interpatient variability in size and shape, radiological studies have shown that sigmoid sinus is consistently located in relation with the surrounding landmarks on patient's skull. However, not all hospitals or facilities can use the imaging techniques required during an operation. So in our study, we hypothesized that using the surface landmarks, we could create a reliable method for sigmoid sinus localization. We performed 8 retromastoid craniotomies on cadaveric skulls, and we measured the distances of the sinus from the prominent landmarks like asterion, zygoma root, and loop of spine of Henle, etc. and mastocytic. Using these measurements, we confirmed that sinus structures are consistently found within precise angles and the distances of specific landmarks, and these findings are similar between left side and right side. Overall, this led to our development of a calculation system that is patient-specific and bypasses the issue of sigmoid sinus variability. Our technique uses the patient's surface landmarks to create a Cartesian coordinates or XYZ coordinate system that provides surgeons in institutions with limited resources the tools and anatomical understanding of performing a safe surgical approach near the sigmoid sinus. In our study, we found that it is when you do a craniotomy with an angle less than 45 degrees, yeah, it is safe. Thank you.
All right, so Nick.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So glancing briefly at the circles in the upper left, we can rapidly estimate their average size, even if we don't have to attend to individual circles. This process of extracting a summary and ensemble representation from a group of objects also occurs for more complex attributes such as facial expression or gaze direction. Here we explored whether a similar process occurs for semantic information such as numerical value of digits. Specifically, we asked whether increasing the amount of digits in display improves performance on estimating the numerical average. We asked 16 participants to estimate whether the numerical average of brief displays containing 5, 7, or 10 digits was greater or less than 5. If semantic information is extracted from multiple items in the same way as perceptual features such as size or color, increased set size should improve performance without an increase in reaction times. We plot the proportion of greater than 5 responses against the numerical average of the display, fitting the data logistic functions which allowed us to use the steepness of the curve as a measure of performance. As shown in the small plot on the upper right, slopes were steeper for 10 and 7 items compared to the 5-item displays, indicating improved performance with more items in display. On the lower right, we show that reaction times did not increase significantly with larger sets. In addition, consistent with previous reports of set size biases, the true numerical average that led to 50% greater than 5 responses was smaller as the set size increased, revealing a bias to respond greater than 5 with larger sets. These data suggest that increasing set size does enhance performance for estimating numerical averages without requiring additional items or time. Thus, semantic ensemble representations may rely on similar mechanisms to those that strive for low-level perceptual features. Okay.
10 seconds early. All right, Carolina.
My name is Carolina Pereira. I'm a psychologist currently researching at Ochsner with the neuropsychology group. For this study, we evaluated racial disparities in healthcare system utilization and caregiver burden in older adults with dementia, topics that have not been extensively described in the literature. We specifically assessed urgent care service use and emotional burden in 138 patients with dementia and their caregivers who are enrolled in the Care Ecosystem program. As you can see on the graph on the left, our results show significant differences in the utilization of all urgent care services, with African American participants being more frequent users of the emergency department and ambulance aids, while Caucasian patients are hospitalized at increased rates. On the other hand, the graph on the right reveals higher emotional burden for white caregivers in general, except for distress feelings related to delusional behavior in the patient. These results are consistent with literature on racial disparities in healthcare utilization and caregiver burden for other populations, and confirm that such differences extend to older adults with dementia. Further research is needed to identify mediating factors and race or culturally specific interventions may deem appropriate to address these issues in the population. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So next up is Tyler.
Thanks, Kevin. My name is Tyler Reeks. I'm a fourth-year graduate student in the Department of Pharmacology. So Parkinson's disease disproportionately affects males and females. Males are 1.5 times more likely to develop Parkinson's disease, and they're also more prone to severe motor symptoms and progression. But what we don't know or don't fully understand yet is if cognitive disturbances differ by sex. So in healthy individuals, the general notion is that females perform better on verbal tasks, but males perform better on visuospatial tasks. But data from our lab indicates that males may be a little bit more vulnerable to cognitive deficits. And so with that, despite those kind of prior conventions, we expect that males would show more deficits compared to females in both verbal and visuospatial domains. So we use the Wechsler memory scale, and we use the index scores from those. Each index score is calculated from 2 related tasks, like those shown to the left of each graph. And each of those index scores come with an immediate and a delayed portion. So we see that males underperformed on immediate verbal memory, but not delayed verbal memory. But what's most interesting is that while both groups show deficits compared to age norms, we see that males perform significantly worse in immediate and delayed visuospatial processing. So these findings are consistent with our previous work showing that males with PD are more vulnerable to cognitive disturbances. These are consistent to our verbal results are consistent with those in healthy populations. But what's interesting is that males also underperformed in visuospatial processing. And so our findings are consistent with the frontal lobe model of cognitive dysfunction shown here in the bottom right. Thanks, Kevin.
So next is Susmita or something like that. I might be mispronouncing names.
Yeah, Susmita. So good morning, everyone. In this study, we wanted to delineate the role of autotaxin LPA axis in ischemic stroke. So LPA is a lysophosphatidic acid, which is a bioactive lipid essential for basic cellular functions, but could play a detrimental role in disease condition. So LPA is produced by an enzyme called autotaxin or ATX. In our in vivo stroke model, we saw that there was increase in autotaxin activity following ischemic stroke. With that, also the LPA concentration was increased in plasma as well as in brain tissue following ischemic stroke. With that, then we use our in vitro model in which we observed that there was increase in permeability when brain endothelial cells were exposed to LPA, suggesting that LPA disrupts the blood-brain barrier. Along with the blood-brain barrier disruption, mitochondrial function was also reduced in these cells when they were exposed to LPA. So we observed that there was decrease in oxygen consumption rate, which we use as a measure of determining mitochondrial function. So in nutshell, we saw that there was elevated autotaxin and LPA axis in the ischemic stroke, which led to impairment of the blood-brain barrier and then reduced the mitochondrial function as well as in the brain. So in this, we can see that autotaxin and LPA axis was detrimental in ischemic stroke. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so next up is.
Hi, I'm here. Hi, I'm Gaganpreet, and my work looks at effect of high glucose on endothelial glycocalyx in the retina. Unfortunately, diabetic retinopathy is #1 cause of blindness among adults worldwide. Anti-VEGF therapies are often given, but not all the patients are benefited from these treatments. So if you zoom into the blood vessels in the retina, it will come up something which I have shown in my eye cartoon. There will be increase in permeability, leukocyte adhesion, and altered RBC flux. Each of these events can be regulated by endothelial glycocalyx. Therefore, with ultimate goal of determining whether glycocalyx can be a therapeutic target for diabetic retinopathy, we are comparing the expression of glycocalyx components between normal glucose and high glucose conditions, both in vivo and in vitro. So if you join me here in imagining glycocalyx as a tree where branches will be core proteins, mainly syndican and glypican family. And to these core proteins, glycoaminoglycans binds just how leaves binds to the branches. And our data suggests there is significant reduction in these branches, in particularly syndican 3 and glypican 1. Thus, they can be a target for therapeutic intervention. And this substantial loss of branches can ultimately cause the loss of glycoaminoglycans as well, because now glycoaminoglycans will have nothing to dock on. With that, I would like to thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, suggestion, or if you're further interested in our study, please email me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So next we have Shripa.
Hi, I'm Shripa. I'm a 4th-year graduate student in Department of Physiology. Chronic inflammation of adipose tissue is a hallmark of obesity associated with metabolic and cardiovascular disease, yet the mechanisms that coordinate the inflammatory mediators in causing adipose tissue inflammation is unclear. Inflammation is known to be inhibited by glucocorticoids upon binding to the nuclear receptors, the glucocorticoid receptor or GR, which is highly expressed by adipose tissue. However, the effect of glucocorticoids on adipose tissue inflammatory response is unknown. The goal of my project is to understand the anti-inflammatory mechanism of GR in adipose tissue. Based on my data that was obtained from mice lacking GR in adipocytes, we found an increased infiltration of immune cells in adipose tissue, suggesting absence of GR promotes adipose tissue inflammation. Additionally, pro-inflammatory genes expressions were upregulated, and among them, we found CXCR2, which is critical for inflammatory cell migration. This led us to hypothesize that GR is critical to repress CXCR2 gene expression and its pro-inflammatory effects in adipose tissue. For my first team, I investigated the mechanism by which GR represses CXCR2 gene expression in adipocytes. My results indicate that synthetic glucocorticoids can repress CXCR2 expression mediated by GR via a direct mechanism. In future, I will perform additional experiments to examine glucocorticoids' effect on CXCR2 activation and inflammatory cell migration. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So next up is Cassidy. There we go.
Hi, yes, thank you very much. So I am in Dr. Matthew Woolard's lab, and we investigate macrophage contributions to atherosclerosis. Specifically, we are interested in this protein lipin-1. Lipin-1 actually has two individual activities. It has an enzymatic activity and a transcriptional co-regulatory activity. We've previously shown that within macrophages, the enzymatic activity of lipin-1 makes atherosclerosis worse. However, not much is known about the transcriptional co-regulatory activity, or the TC activity, in macrophages. We do know that in other cells, the TC activity of lipin-1 is known to augment transcription factors such as PPARs. PPARs are known to be very atheroprotective, so that led us to our hypothesis that within mod LDL stimulated macrophages, lipin-1 TC activity would augment PPAR promoter binding and result in atheroprotection. So using a mouse model that is missing lipin-1 in just myeloid-derived cells, we looked at atherosclerosis. So in figure A on my slide, the first panel is the wild-type mouse, the middle panel is a knockout mouse, and then the data is quantified on the right. And as you can see, the knockout mice have nearly twice as large plaques as the wild-type mice, suggesting that the transcriptional co-regulatory activity is actually atheroprotective. I do have more data, so please come see my poster, but the overall model is that within macrophages, after mod LDL stimulation, lipin-1 goes to the nucleus and binds to PPARs and changes their gene expression profile, which results in reduced plaques, smaller necrotic cores, and overall decreases atherosclerotic severity. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So next is Bo.
Hi, how's it going? So anxiety is one of the most prevalent mental disorders in the United States, and it comes in many different forms. Psilocybin is a tryptamine compound that is derived from magic mushrooms and has recently gotten approved for breakthrough status by the FDA in treatment of depression. And in a lot of instances, depression and anxiety are comorbid. So we're looking at novel tryptamines that are structural analogs of psilocybin to see if we can find any that have decreased psychedelic effects with increased anxiolytic effects. We use two measures to look at this: head twitch response for the psychedelic effects and elevated zero maze for the anxiolytic effects. If you look at the graph on the bottom left, this is the peak dose of our compounds compared to a well-researched psychedelic DOI that has a profound head twitch response. And as you can see, all three have a reduced head twitch response when compared to DOI. The graph in the middle is our anxiety data, and we use a number of open arm entries to characterize an increase in anxiolytic effects. And all three compounds have an increase in anxiolytic effects compared to saline. Unfortunately, we weren't able to find any compounds that met the criteria that we were looking for, because it seems that the psychedelic and anxiolytic effects are coupled. As you can see, it's emphasized by compound 2. However, these compounds still may be viable for therapeutic purposes because they are not prodrugs like psilocybin, and compound 3 has a shorter duration of action compared to psilocybin, which may make it more appropriate for the therapeutic settings it's used in. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so Antoine.
Good morning, I'm Antoine McFarland, and as we all know, long before the current viral outbreak of COVID-19, many pathogens were able to be transmitted by simply remaining on a surface and waiting for an individual to come in contact. Highly touched surfaces such as toilet seats, doorknobs, and water fountain levers could potentially pose the highest threat. We manufactured a antimicrobial 3D printer filament that could be used to make or cover these highly touched surfaces. We use our patented method of metal coating halloysite nanotubes pictured in figure A to evenly coat the outside surface of halloysite nanotubes with various metals such as silver, copper, and zinc, which can be seen in figure B. We then loaded the halloysite with antimicrobial agents, and the before and after can be seen in figure C. We then extruded the metal H&T PLA filament. The filament was used to create testing discs, which can be seen in figure D, and subsequent antibacterial studies were done. The results in figures E and F show a strong antibacterial presence in Mueller-Hinton broth and a marked zone of inhibition in agar plates. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Antoine. All right, so next up is Amber. Is Amber McKenna here?
Yes. Hi, can you hear me?
Now we can.
Hi, my name is Amber McKenna. I'm a general surgery intern and I went to medical school here. While in medical school, my classmates and I created an event inspired by the AAMC's call for pipeline to science careers, especially the medical field. It's been studied and shown that doctors that are from low SES areas are more likely to return and practice there and serve these underserved areas. Part of the inspiration that, and part that Louisiana has really low standardized test scores, particularly in the science field, and that we all have a really specific scientific moment, a fun project we remember. So we created this event called Interactive Day of Education and Awareness of Science, with demonstrations and student-led experiments like elephant toothpaste and strawberry DNA extraction and slime making. And in the 3 years that we've had this event, we've had more than 700 students participate and 300 volunteers of high school, undergrad, graduate, medical school volunteers. In 2019, we did a survey of our participants and our volunteers, and 16% had never been to a science museum before, and 68% were interested in science as a career after the event, and there was an increased interest in learning about science and taking a science class. Among volunteers, we had an interest increase in teaching as part of their career, and 85% wanted more volunteer experiences like this. So we feel this is an important event to continue in the face of COVID regulations, so we're currently brainstorming now how to make that happen.
All right, thank you so much, Amber. So next up is Robert.
Yes. So it's been recently shown that when macrophages phagocytize an apoptotic cell, it results in a significant accumulation of macromolecules within the cell that must be processed before the macrophage can take in another apoptotic cell, or what's called continuing efferocytosis. So since apoptotic cells contain a lot of lipid, we thought that the macrophages would need to break down the apoptotic cell-derived lipid before taking in another apoptotic cell. So to investigate this, our lab studies LIPA-1, which is central to lipid metabolism, and we wanted to know if LIPA-1 regulated beta oxidation and continuing efferocytosis. So I subjected wild type and LIPA-1 deficient macrophages to a beta oxidation seahorse, and I showed that there was a significant reduction in the ability of these macrophages to utilize free fatty acids. I've also shown that there's a significant decrease in the ability of LIPA-1 deficient macrophages to undergo continuing efferocytosis. So what we think is happening is that upon uptake of an apoptotic cell, LIPA-1 regulates beta oxidation of these apoptotic cell-derived lipids, which allows for uptake of another apoptotic cell. So further studies are investigating how beta oxidation regulates continuing efferocytosis.
All right, thank you, Robert. Next is Jeremy.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can y'all hear me? Yeah, okay. So many reports on COVID-19 have highlighted race-related differences in health outcomes. Our project wanted to answer the question, what role does race and ethnicity play among our COVID-19 hospitalized patient population here at Oshner LSU? The analysis of the demographics of our patient population showed that non-Hispanic Black represented 78% and non-Hispanic White represented 17.7%. When looking at the comorbidities for these two subgroups of our population, we saw that hypertension and CKD were significantly higher in the non-Hispanic Black population when compared to the non-Hispanic White population. The chart in the upper right demonstrates the correlation between particular racial backgrounds and COVID-related complications encountered during a patient's admission. Our results showed no significant difference between our comparison groups. Another component we studied was that certain parameters were associated with differences in the length of stay in the hospital itself and the ICU, shown by the chart in the lower left. Patients with CKD that received dialysis stayed 1.6 times longer compared to CKD patients without dialysis. Obesity was also associated with longer length of stay in the ICU when compared to non-obese. When analyzing the insurance of patients, it was seen that patients with government-issued insurance, such as Medicaid and Medicare, had shorter length of stay when compared to patients with private-issued insurance, with the ICU length of stay being the most significant. Here's a Kaplan-Meier curve next to the chart demonstrates the ICU length of stay between patients who had government-issued insurance versus those with privately owned insurance. In conclusion, these findings may suggest a different immune response to COVID-19 according to race. Previous studies support that the inflammatory response to pathogens is stronger among African descendants, and our findings suggest that more studies are warranted to assess the factors that may influence the differences in hospitalizations and the effect on outcomes. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jeremy. So next up is Avery.
Hi there, I'm Avery. I'm a fourth-year med student at LSU Shreveport. I looked at recent literature shows differing incidences of cutaneous manifestations in COVID-19 positive populations, with a majority of studies comprised of patients with fairer complexions. Our study focused on the role of cutaneous manifestations in COVID-19 positive African American population. We performed a chart review of 1,086 patients at Ochsner LSU Shreveport with confirmed COVID-19 positive PCR testing. Our population consisted of 80% African American majority with 12% Caucasian and 8% other. There were 10 cases of possible COVID-induced skin manifestations. These are characterized in the table on the bottom right. The incidence of skin manifestations was 0.01% in African Americans and 0.03% in Caucasians. Compared to African Americans, the incidence of these skin manifestations was triple in Caucasians. We believe the difference in incidence is multifactorial and can be attributed to a series of socioeconomic factors as well as challenges of identifying a rash of darker complexion skin compared to fair skin. Current medical literature lacks images of skin manifestations in dark complexion populations. There could also have been a lack of self-reporting or a failure of our staff to ask about skin manifestations when obtaining a history. Overall, we concluded the incidence of cutaneous manifestations in COVID-19 is rare. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Avery. So that concludes our rapid session. Next up, we're going to have a quick break, and then we'll have a poster session that starts at 11:25. You can already go to the website and look at it now. And I'm about to share my screen to another PowerPoint. Just give me a second. Okay, I see what happened.
So after the break, please join us at the website. There you go.
And so you can go to researchandindustryday.org, and on there, you can click events, and there's a drop-down box, and you can select the different categories, or you can view, or you can just click RAY 2020 posters and see them all. And if you click the heading above, you can actually comment on the posters, and all of the people who have posters should be attending the website to address any comments there. And if you want, you can also chat within the Zoom meeting as well. But if you want a more permanent presence, you can post comments on the website.
Great. Thanks, Kevin. See you at the poster session.
Okay, so some people were wondering how to navigate the website. So to view the posters, you hit event and you hit Ray 2020, and you can click that and that'll bring you all the posters. You have different categories here you can go through. You can see all the biomedical engineering poster, those related to addiction, etc. And if you want to comment on a poster, let's go to the rapid fire. I know I made a comment on Antoine, so here, you can click the actual title and you should be able to see comments, and you should be able, if you're logged in, you should be able to write comments on there.
Hey, Kevin, I got a question.
Yes.
I'm actually not able to respond to a comment on my poster. Every time I click reply, nothing happens.
Are you logged in?
I
Or are
am.
you coming? Okay. I'm not sure. I know other people have responded back to my comments.
My computer. Yeah, I tried logging out, logging back in, and still nothing.
Yeah, and you're able to see the comments. You click the title above the poster, the blue title.
Yes, I'm able to see it.
I'm having the same problem. I can't get a response to my comment.
Yeah.
Can you make a new comment?
I'm not able to, no.
I've tried, and I can't do that either.
Do you think it's a browser thing, Kevin? Or
Well, it might be.
Okay, so I'm using Firefox. I'm looking. I can see all the comments right now, and some people have been able to reply. Like Tyler Reeks was able to reply to Sandra.
Let me pull it up in a different browser and see.
Yeah, what browser are you guys using?
I've been able to post comments on Safari.
Okay.
I'm on Chrome and it's working.
I'm on Firefox and it works.
Yeah,
Firefox works.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe I don't know how to find my comments. How do I find my responses?
It should be posted. Like if you click the purple link where the poster was, it shows all the comments for that poster. So your comment should appear there.
I think it's
click what?
On the title. Click on the title of the poster. That was something that was a bit confusing because if you click on the poster, it just brings up the PDF.
Yeah. And I can show y'all real quick. Okay, y'all can see my screen. So all these, like, so you can click the link at the top of the poster, and you should be able to see comments.
If you just scroll down, once you click the title, you should be able to scroll down below the poster and see whatever has been posted. Is that working for you, Sandy?
Yes.
Oh, great.
Thank you.
Kevin, do you want to put up a little slide with the instructions just for people to, do you want to write them out quickly?
Yeah, I can do that. I'm also judging too, so I'll see if I can get that done.
Oh, do you want me to make the slide and I'll just send it to you?
Yes. Hey, I just want to make sure that everyone's aware that there's a viewer choice award. That's found under events, and you can select of the posters which one you like the best. Once again, that's under events, viewer choice award.
Hi, Julie. This is Karen.
Hi, how are you?
Just making sure your mic is working and
Yep, I'm here.
you're ready to go and all that.
Yes, I am here.
Wonderful. Yeah, I think Liz is coming in a second and she'll be introducing you and starting up again.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you to all of our poster presenters. I've got my meeting on one screen and my camera on. There we go. Okay. So for the next section of our talk, we're going to learn what to do when we have a great idea. I am pleased to introduce you to Julie Gilley. She's a senior financial analyst at the Entrepreneurial Accelerator Program, which is a division of the Biomedical Research Foundation down the street. They provide services to high growth entrepreneurs, and they're interested in growing our local ideas and also bringing folks in from out of town to help grow our economy. And she has a very impressive 24 years of experience out in the real world doing these kind of projects. And now she's working to help other people do it, which I think is really cool. And she's going to be joined by Michael Anderson, who is the president of Advanced Aero Concepts, Inc., and he's the director of business development at the Giles Group. So.
Hi, everyone. Unfortunately, Mike Anderson could not join us today. He had a last minute thing that came up, so he can't join us today, but I will be happy to kind of share how that whole project got to us and then what's happening with it today. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen.
Excellent.
Okay. So hopefully you are able to see the table of contents here. I'm going to quickly go through some of this. Again, as she said, my background I actually started as a stockbroker. And so in a very interesting time, the market had just peaked. We were flying high, and then shortly thereafter, a couple of years into it, 9/11 happened. And so that was a very interesting time. I learned probably a lot about the stock market, but I also probably learned more about human psychology. So it was a very interesting learning time in my career. But with that said, I've had the opportunity. I was born and raised here in Shreveport, but then I left for 10 years. Lived in DC, Washington, DC, New York City for 5.5 years, Indianapolis, and then Boca Raton. So after about 10 years of moving all over the place and kind of climbing the corporate ladder, getting to peek behind the curtain of a lot of Fortune 500 companies, I decided that I wanted to be back closer to family. And this opportunity with the BRF came about. Some of you probably know the BRF, but we are the Entrepreneurial Accelerator Program. So kind of the background of how we got started. So our president of the BRF, Dr. John George, he noticed that a lot of people left Northwest Louisiana when they had a good idea. So let's say a lot of people that are going through med school, they come up with some technology in university. and then decide they want to commercialize it, but then would go to Atlanta or, you know, somewhere else. And all of these rich ideas and entrepreneurs would leave. There wasn't much of a diversification here. So he started teaming up with the University of Texas and IC Squared, and they kind of did a roadshow across the country and looked at all of the business accelerators and kind of pulled kind of the things that they thought worked best in all of those. And so we kind of put all of that together, formed EAP 6 years ago, and then they recruited me to come back home and be one of the lead analysts. So that's how we came about. And so what do we actually do? We do a lot of economic development, but beyond that, I think specific to this group, we like to take and help commercialize technology. So if somebody comes up with a novel drug or a medical device or a process for extracting some compound, we like to be able to take that technology and then commercialize it so that it can have a real economic impact. We've been able to successfully do that with several university technologies. It's pretty exciting. But our goal is really to kind of grow this economy. We are a little self-serving in that respect, that we really want to see this area grow. We've got great infrastructure here with, you've got the med school, you've got other universities that are very close by. You've also got a large medical community. So there's no reason why we can't make some type of medical corridor happen here. So anyway, that's really what we do. So I'm in the business of economic development. I'm not going to bore you with a lot of this stuff, but we do see a lot of grant support, and we're seeing that actually grow, especially with things like SBIRs, SBIRs through the military. That's been extremely interesting for a lot of our portfolio companies. A lot of educational programs. There's a lot of money for proof of concept now that we're seeing. So I want to kind of take you down a path of, let's say that you actually have an idea. You come up with some great idea. And you say, I think this has a real world application outside of academia. So you have this proof of concept. Most of the time that's self-financed, or maybe the university will help you. We're starting to see a lot of grants in that space that will actually help people with their proof of concept. And then from there, that's when you kind of transition into this real kind of innovation time period where you're actually developing, whether it's an MVP or you're actually prototyping whatever it is. There's a lot of government sources. We do see a few angel investors that will invest during this time period. But one thing I want to point out is on this chart, you see something called the Valley of Death. And that sounds very doom and gloom because, quite frankly, it is. That's where many startup companies actually fail. And I don't mean to, come out of the chute with negative information, but I think this is the reality. And what we want all entrepreneurs to really understand is that during that innovation and prototype period, that's the tough time. That's when many companies, either the fortitude of their entrepreneurs just simply isn't there because it is really hard work. And you just gotta have a lot of grit during that time period. But with with a group like EAP, and what we do is we help actually match you to help you find funding, whether that be through grants, angel funding, possibly even bankable. We have quite a few deals that we've actually successfully gone to a bank and gotten a loan. And then, as it goes on and you get into kind of that early stage or later stage, we do see venture capital start to put their money there. So I want to pause real quick. Quite frankly, this feels awkward because it's not very interactive. I don't see any faces out there. So I want to kind of pause. I don't know if people have the ability to go off of mute but ask any questions about kind of this life cycle and how does it apply to this audience? Any questions out there?
I have a question.
Sure.
What percentage of ideas make it to maturity, and how do you choose? You know, there must be some criteria where you can spot a stinker from 20 paces or whatever. How do you screen people out or in, as it may be?
Yeah, that's a great question. And so it's funny, good tee up for the next slide here. So although this is a bit cartoonish and looks a little elementary, this is what we actually built through the EAP process. And I'll actually, as I take you through this process, I'll be able to answer all those questions. So here you see this kind of what we call our funnel or our pipeline. When companies come, products, services, ideas, we've had them come literally from, it was written on the back of a napkin. That's no exaggeration, no joke. All the way to serial entrepreneurs who have successfully sold companies and already had, you know, detailed business model, financial models, and ready to launch another business. So I actually looked at our numbers yesterday, and we had reached 1,100 that we have screened. So in 6 years, we have screened 1,100 ideas. From that, we as EAP are focused more on what I would call high growth. We have since we originally put this model together 6 years ago, we've expanded. And so we actually serve the northern 21 parishes in Louisiana. And then if for some reason somebody is not in our region, we always refer them to another accelerator. If they're local and they're not really high growth, let's say they're what we call a lifestyle company or kind of that mom and pop shop. Although they are truly the backbone of our economy, they're really not a good fit for what we do. So we do refer them to groups like the Cohab and other places that can actually help them depending on the industry they're in. But with that, you can see that less than half meet one of those criteria. We're also looking for what we call, it says intellectual property, doesn't necessarily have to have IP, but something that's really innovative and unique. So as you can see right there, over half fall out at that point of the process. Then as you move over, we go through all of our list of services that we as an accelerator provide. And we understand that startup companies really don't have a lot of cash. If you were to go to, say, Austin or Atlanta and pay for the services that we help them put together, it's in the neighborhood of 50 to 75,000. It can get upwards of 120, depending on how detailed, how technical it gets. And we know that most startup companies they don't have that kind of funding. So what we do is we negotiate up front an equity ownership. And as you can see, once it gets to this point, you know, over again, another, you know, quarter or so drop out again. So at this point, we're really trying to get these startup companies to some type of financing event, whether it be they self-finance it, you know, they somehow come up with their own funding, they go to a bank, or they get an investment. Now, when we originally started this, we thought we would focus on only investments. However, we have found that our work product plays so well in the banking world. They love our deliverables. They love how we put our financial models together and everything. So we've established some really great relationships with the bank. Again, as I mentioned before, been able to bank a lot of deals. And then from there, we get them to a capital event. I would say from start to finish, the ones that actually get to a capital event, in 6 years, it's probably been about 100, 150. And so you can see it's about 10% that actually launch and make it. So Elizabeth, does that help answer your question? Kind of in a long answer.
Yeah, that's interesting. And you mentioned something else about an equity partnership. What does that mean? What does that look like?
Yeah, so that's another valid point, that we don't just say, hey, come to us, we'll help you and pay us for our services. We actually become a partner with the entrepreneur or with the startup company, where EAP actually would own a portion of the company, let's say 2 to 5% of the company. And then at that point, we're a partner. And we always kind of use this joking line of saying, we're there for the distance. It's like a marriage. We don't break up, and when times get tough, we're there for the long haul. And so if that means, hey, we did an initial raise of funding, but now we want to expand, or now I want to go after this other market and I need to raise an additional $2 million. We're there through that process as well. And then even 5 years down the road, when you say, hey, I'm looking to be acquired by a major pharma, or, I'm being offered VC money by a large venture capital group, can you help me value the company? So we're there for the duration, whether it's acquisition, whatever. So that's really how we partner with our companies. We don't just stand them up and then walk away and kind of kick the bird out of the nest. We're there for the duration. I'm not going to go too much into the details. The right-hand side of this is our new Louisiana Angel Fund. That's something that the BRF also established. It's an angel fund of a group of accredited investors. We actually have two now, Angel Fund 1 and 2. It's made up of about 60 accredited investors that are in this region. There's a pretty rigorous due diligence process, and it is member managed. So all of the investors actually make those decisions and vote. But if it is deemed a good fit for their investment criteria, we do, depending on the company, make recommendations, and then they decide whether they want it to go through their full process. So the point of this slide is really to say, you have an accelerator that'll help you get to a capital event. And then once you get there, there might even be a possibility of angel funding that is actually local. So this
Are they interested? Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you now. I'm on a roll now. Are they interested in biomedical ideas, or what percentage would you say is biomedical versus other things for the angel funding?
Let me see. I believe about 15% of our portfolio right now is in that space, whether it be medical device or no. Let me do that math one more time. 20% in Fund 1. Yeah, okay, about 20%. So we are across repurposed drugs, a new pharmaceutical drug, and then also a medical device. So absolutely, there's an appetite for it. I will tell you that pharmaceutical drugs, I mean, it's a long FDA process. It's a long runway. Angel investors have a hard time with that one because it just takes so long for a return on investment. But it's not, it's not against, it's not out of the realm, I guess I should say that. So, but there are a lot of other biomedical things, ideas that aren't drugs, and they absolutely have an appetite for that. In fact, I'm always surprised that we haven't developed more industry around that space in this area, given the large hospitals that we have, hospital systems that we have, and the med school. So my ask of this audience is, if you have a good idea, whether you think it should be commercialized or not, pick up the phone and call us, and let's just talk for an hour. I mean, the worst thing you're going to do is, spend an hour telling us what your idea is, and we might be able to help you come up with a way to actually commercialize it. This is the team. Dave Smith is our executive director. There I am. And we have 4 other analysts and an admin, and then we always have an intern. So you can see we're a pretty diverse team. Everybody brings a very unique background to the table, whether it be banking, investments, even a little bit of HR and marketing. So everybody kind of has their own unique abilities. The really fun thing about our group is you don't just get assigned one analyst. When you sign on with EAP, you get the whole team. And so we do these really collaborative meetings where We literally all sit around the table. Our office, if you ever have a chance to come see it at the BRF right down the street, it's very funky and cool, Google-ish, if you will. But it's a fun environment because we really all collaborate together. There's no sense of competition really amongst the group. It's we just want to make sure that our entrepreneurs are served. And really, at the end of the day, we just want to launch companies. You know, we want to increase that tax base here locally. Just a quick background on the BRF. A lot of people that are here in this area are not familiar with it. So the BRF was developed in the 80s, and it really was for economic development here locally. We do have CMIT, and for some of you that may know, that's where they actually manufacture the radioisotopes for PET imaging, and they also do the PET imaging. We have the actual real estate, which is the Intertech Science Park, and that's where we really hope to build this medical corridor, if you will. EdVentures is an educational program where we work with high school students, and there are grants for them. DMI, that is a one-year institute where they actually teach digital media to students. Envision Research will help if you need trials, like a phase 1 trial. They help establish those, work with doctors to get the patients, etc. And then you have EAP there. One of the neat things too, I want to kind of touch on this. We have some entrepreneurs that say, well, hey, like I need office space, or I just need a place that my team can meet. That's what the Intertech Science Park is really about. We have what I call touchdown space, cubes, and access to whatever you need. So if there's a startup company that says, I don't want to rent an office space yet, I only need to get my team together like maybe once every 2 weeks, we certainly try to accommodate that. This is just some of the stuff that we've been able to do as kind of our brag page. I think the really neat part about that is, of all of these companies that have come through, they've raised over 100 million. It's actually about 110 million in investments over the course of 6 years. I get pretty excited about that. $110 million is not just a little bit of money. So that's pretty exciting. So you were kind of asking about kind of how it breaks down. This actually, I would say that since this chart was put together, like I said, the healthcare type, that would probably be closer to 20%. And then one other thing that I've always been surprised here as I look at these kind of metrics is that the veteran-owned business is still very low. Considering we have a military base right here, I've always been shocked that there's not more entrepreneurs that come out of that. However, if any of y'all are familiar with the military, they have started the AFWorks program. That's kind of a play on the whole skunk works, if any of you are familiar with that term. But that's where they actually try to take technology that can help the Air Force internally and kind of skip that whole long, arduous process with the big Northrop Grumman's or large companies. And they actually try to just like do this in-house innovation. So it's really been fun. We've helped them with a couple of competitions. Again, we expanded. Originally, we started in Caddo Parish, and we've expanded into the northern 21 parishes. So that's been interesting. It's been a challenge to reach the rural areas, but we know that there's bound to be a farmer or someone that's out in a rural space that's come up with a better way of doing things. So we're always looking for those ideas. We do partner with a lot of the universities in the area. We've actually added to this list ULL. So we go around and we help them do all of the pitch competitions. I would love to see LSU HSC on this list. I think that could be very interesting. So kind of one of the biggest challenges we see is, or that I've seen since I've been here, having lived in New York and these other places that are very progressive, it's that we need to educate everybody. And so we need to educate them on how do you actually become an entrepreneur. I think that Shark Tank on TV has done a good job, but it's very drama. That's very TV. That's not how it really works. There's a lot of work that goes on long before you would ever pitch an idea to an investor. So we've come a long way. And I think there's a lot of household terms now that people would have never known 10 years ago, but we still have a long way to go. So I personally teach in the high schools. I teach junior achievement, and I teach them how to, it's called Be Entrepreneurial is the program. So we're starting younger and younger. But these are some of the things that we actually do just to try to build this ecosystem in this region of entrepreneurship. And then one thing I'm really excited about, we are actually, we are supporting the launch of some new technology. It is called SourceLink. It's been launched all across the world even, but it's a way to bring all of the resources to one technology. So one of the biggest complaints we hear from entrepreneurs, or even somebody that's not really even an entrepreneur, maybe they're an industry expert, but they come up with this really cool invention. But they always tell us, I don't know where to go to get the information that I need. If I go to the chamber or if I go to the SBA, it's all of this old antiquated, you know, I need like, give me the 1, 2, 3 step by step. You know, how do I start a legal entity? How do I get a tax ID? You know, how do I file a patent? All of those things. So we partnered with SourceLink, and we are going to launch network. You'll start to see billboards across the city that are advertising this. We're actually launching this on November 17th. It's going to be a virtual event. Go to the Facebook page. I think it is facebook.com/launch network LA. So check that out. If you have any questions, get with Elizabeth. She'll give you my information. But at least, you know, we're going to have a live event where you can watch online and kind of understand what does this actually mean. And that's really my presentation. I really wanted to leave a lot of time for questions. And I also want to share a couple of real world examples. So, and I'm hoping that this piece of it will be a little bit interactive if possible. But I'm just curious if anybody out there knows about Louder Bakery. Has anybody heard of Louder Bakery here locally?
Louder Bakery is fabulous.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So they came to us, the Louders came to us about 2 years ago, and they said, we have been baking king cakes in our home for a couple of years and we have outgrown it. They have something called a cottage law in Louisiana. We're only allowed to sell so many thousands of king cakes until the state says you're too big. You can't do it out of your home. So they came to us with this crazy idea of, we want to start a bakery and will you help us? And so at first we kind of said, so all you want to do is bake king cakes? How are you going to sustain that? So we worked with them over several months and we built this huge financial model down to how much it would cost per kilowatt hour of running the oven and how many grams of flour, et cetera. But long story short, we helped them kind of pivot and see that they needed to break into specialty breads, not just king cakes. And so they've been able to diversify their all of their products. And I mean, as you guys can see, it's just a wonderful, wonderful company. Another one that you may have heard of is so I had a question. Can microbreweries be considered on the same model? Absolutely. In fact, we work with Red River Brewery. Jared Bevel, he actually was our entrepreneur in residence until recently, and helped a lot of the startups that are coming through just with guidance and advisory from his 2 cents. He actually has a background in financial analysis. But yeah, microbrews, absolutely. So Steve, did you have another question? You might be raising your hand.
No, I was applauding that. I think I knew that you were working with Red River.
Yeah, they're great. We love them. They actually pivoted. Originally they were trying to distribute all across the country. That model quickly became, I think, a little bit flooded. It became quite popular for everyone to do microbreweries. So he pivoted to become this kind of a micro pub, microbrewery pub where he's serving food and all of that, and it's really working well. Another thing that y'all might have heard of is the Shreveport Aquarium. I don't know if anyone has been to the Shreveport Aquarium or taken their children there, but that idea actually came across my desk. A local venture capitalist put the folder on my desk and said, "Do you want to do anything with this?" And he kind of chuckled and he walked away. And so I started digging into it, and that was 4.5 years ago. It was almost 5 years ago. It was the very first project that I was handed. And that was very challenging. We hit a lot of roadblocks, but I am proud to say that the Shreveport Aquarium is just celebrated their 3rd birthday. And I am proud that I was with the team that actually helped launch that. So that's just a couple of ideas. The Advanced Aero Services, Mike Anderson, that I wanted to be able to join us today, but unfortunately couldn't. Mike comes from the maintenance, repair, and overhaul in the aviation world. He's run 2 of the largest MROs across the country. After doing it for 2 years, he retired, got into some consulting, and started working with some friends and said, why don't we go do this ourselves? So long story short, he took a look at the region, noticed that there's kind of this hole in this area, and this is a great place. We're in close proximity to a lot of major airports. And so the ferry time for commercial planes is very, very short. So we launched it in January, and COVID did not help out with air traffic, but the good news is that it is on the rebound, and he is winning contracts, and so it's coming along. A little bit of a delay, but it's actually doing quite well. So what other questions do y'all have? Those are just 3 that I feel like people probably know the names.
I was going to ask Kevin, Holly, have you engaged anything like this with some of your products? I know in tech there's a few people who would have some products they'd be interested in getting on the market.
Oh, yeah, so it's kind of out. I've been working behind the scenes, getting everything done. So kind of missed part of the talk. But yeah, we have a lot of interest. We just started in our biomed program, an entrepreneur concentration for biomedical engineers. So there's definitely a lot of interest. And then me personally, I have an entrepreneur streak within myself. I'm trying to venture out on certain things with the patent application, et cetera.
Gotcha.
I'll be rewatching these videos afterwards, after the conference is over.
Well, just look us up, eapla.com. You can just go to our website and kind of see what we do. We have worked with Davey Norris at Tech, and we have been a judge at the Top Dog competition. So we're very familiar with the entrepreneurship that's going on over at Louisiana Tech and partner with them a lot. But yeah, go check us out, our website, if you ever have any questions. We also work with a local patent attorney. He has done, I think he called it Patent U or something like that. He's offered a course where it's Charles Holyobeck, and he actually kind of teaches, I know he's offered it at LSU HSC, kind of explain the whole patent process. But we love to refer people over to him and at least get them educated on how that works. A lot of times I hear entrepreneurs say, well, I filed a patent. And I'm like, so do you have a patent? And they're like, well, I filed a patent. I'm like, so you filed a patent application.
Yeah.
And so really helping train and educate people to understand the language and how that works. I mean, I think a lot of what we help do is just educate people and then kind of hold their hand through the process.
But then I just know some people, even if you just have a patent application that's been published, they go around telling people it's a patent just so they can get away with it.
Yeah.
I've seen that many times.
Sure. We have to. Yeah.
Yes, Charles did have to lead me by the hand as well when I had my application. Has any of the trainees in the audience gone through this or been associated with any of this? No, I really want to encourage you to participate in this conversation.
I haven't, but I do have a question.
Sure.
As a scientist, I'm interested in developing and innovating, like for instance, like a medical device, but I'm not necessarily interested in becoming an entrepreneur per se. How do you see someone like that plugging into a program like this?
So actually, it's a perfect fit because there are many entrepreneurs, and we even encourage some entrepreneurs to go the licensing route. Just the simple challenge of trying to manufacture a widget or whatever it is. It's just so capital intensive and labor intensive. It doesn't really make sense, or it's just not what they want to do. And so we encourage them to license it. One of our companies did get a licensing deal, and oh my goodness, I can't believe I'm blanking on it. I'll think of the name of the company in a minute, but it's a medical device company. So we've been through that process with them. We understand how that works, but absolutely.
Okay, cool.
That is part of what we help them do. And that's another thing, is really talking with our entrepreneurs and guiding them down the path to say, do you want to start a company, or do you just want to license this out and let somebody else do that hard work and get your, what we call mailbox money? Medline.
Okay, great.
Sorry. The company was Medline.
Okay, thank you.
I know there's been a lot of efforts on our campus to educate people. I think one of the biggest hurdles is to know what you have and if it's of value, and also know what steps to take before you broadcast it in a publication or at a conference and lose your right to disclose it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I would just encourage any of you. I think my experience has been, like you said, there's so many wonderful, brilliant people out there that have discovered this wonderful, whatever it is, I'll just call it technology, but they, for whatever reason, don't seem to make that leap into how could this be a commercial application? Or how is this applicable out beyond academia? And so I would just encourage you, if you have an idea, whether you think it's viable out in a commercial world or not, pick up the phone and call us. You're not wasting our time. We love it. That's what we live for. We want to hear your ideas. And we may not initially have answers for you. We may just say, oh, that's cool. Sometimes it's so above our head, we're like, wait a minute, slow down, explain it to us again. But long story, I say that in jest, but in all reality, I'm just trying to encourage you. If you have an idea, talk to somebody. We'd love for you to come talk to us, and we'll try to work with you to figure it out.
Thank you. That is wonderful. We will make sure that everybody has access to your contact information. That sounds great.
Great. Well, thank you for listening today. I know this is a different topic than probably what the rest of your day entails, but I appreciate you giving me some time.
No, it's a perfect fit because earlier this morning we talked to the Collaboratory people at LSUS about how to grow our ideas, and now you've come in and told us about how to commercialize them. So it actually makes a fair amount of sense. So thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah. And we're happy to work with tech transfer offices as well. We kind of understand some of the nuances that are around that as well. So anyway, all right, well, I'll drop off and thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Excellent. You too. Okay. So next we have Layloon Nahar. She is a grad student in the Department of Pharmacology, and she is going to be giving a talk on identifying racial disparities in alcohol use disorder and blood biomarkers for alcohol craving. Layloon, are you with us?
Yes, hi, thank you. I'll be sharing my screen now.
Perfect.
Can you see my laser pointer?
Yeah, that poster looks familiar.
Yeah, so the pointer is fine. And can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Okay, hello everyone and good afternoon. Thank you so much for attending my talk today. So we can get started. I'm sure a lot of you have seen this flyer hanging around, as Dr. Disbrow just mentioned. It's pretty much everywhere. So we've recently just established this alcohol use disorder clinical study to understand alcohol use, its associated behaviors, and psychological components. And so, why isn't this working? But first, I wanted to start off with some acknowledgments, because of course, if it were not for the funding, we would not have been able to investigate such an important and interesting topic that has not been well studied before, like racial disparities. So I'd like to thank Dr. Disbrow and her lab for helping out with setting this up, and our medical students who set up the clinical trial, all the stuff related to the IRB, as well as Department of Psychiatry and Dr. James Patterson and his team, who have really helped kick off the project. And so just to give you brief information about the different sorts of drinking patterns that we're more familiar with. You have social drinking, which is drinking more occasionally, and this moderate consumption is known to decrease risk for heart disease, mortality, ischemic stroke, and even diabetes. Now, binge drinking is a pattern of drinking that brings the alcohol content to 0.08, which is actually enough for a DUI. And so we also have heavy drinking, which is a long period of drinking, and it is a big risk factor for developing alcohol use disorder and has many risks for the long-term related health problems associated with it as well. And so according to the NIAAA, 14.4 million adults 18 and over have had alcohol use disorder in the last year, and only 8% of adults who had AUD have received treatment. And not only that, there are racial disparities in alcohol use disorder. And so with that knowledge, it prompted us to really ask, what are the racial differences, if there are any, in alcohol-related behaviors and its pathology. And so this is basically our experimental design and timeline, where we first recruit the patients and through this flyer and other information. We give them a phone screen, which consists of the Audit C. And this is just a brief alcohol screening instrument where we ask more quantitatively how much they drink, about their drinking patterns and habits. And we quantify that. And if they have a score above 4 or 5, then we schedule them an appointment, and they come for their first appointment. And after we get their consent, we give them an alcohol use disorder diagnosis that the psychiatrist does. After that, we give them following psychometric questionnaires, which I'll go briefly into when we get into the results. And we also get 2 vials of blood from them thereafter. And so today I'll be mainly talking about these 2 components and the results we've obtained so far. And so these are just basically our AUD participants. We've been able to recruit about 40 participants in a span of 4 months up until COVID hit pretty much. And for our criteria, they had to be between 30 and 55 and feel like they have a problem with alcohol. And so in addition to that, they also needed to feel like they had a problem with alcohol, or at least have some confirmation that they did. And we also gave them that diagnosis with the Diagnostic Statistic Manual, which gives them their AUD diagnosis as well. And this basically takes into account their personal control of alcohol use, their effects of quality life, and how it affects them physically or psychologically in their experiences of tolerance or withdrawal. And so these symptoms, they can total up to 11, where 5 is considered moderate and 6 is severe AUD. And so as you can see, all of our AUD participants had AUD, and also they're quite severe in their diagnosis. And as for our controls, they were just normal healthy controls without any AUD. And so these are just results from our psychometric questionnaires. And so in bold, this is just to simplify like what these tests are for. The alcohol craving scale gave us quantitative and subjective measures of craving, where questions were regarding their frequency and strength of craving and how difficult it was to resist alcohol. So here we can see that craving is significant in both the Caucasian and African American AUD groups compared to control. And in the timeline flow back where we calculated their drinks per week, we saw that in the last 7 days, they all had some amount of alcohol, and some also even ranging to up to 250 drinks that week. Our depression scores with the PHQ-9, where 5 is mild and over 20 is severe, we see these changes, but nothing was significant. However, looking at the general anxiety scores, we saw that it was significant specifically for the African American group compared to control and Caucasians. And so scores from these tests that I just mentioned were also taken to do some sort of multivariable comparison. And so we wanted to look at these variables and compare them between each other. And so these graphs show correlations between these variables and whether or not they're positively correlated as seen in red and negatively correlated in blue. And of course, the darker the shade, the stronger the correlation. And so we can see that in healthy controls, for example, we see a correlation with alcohol craving and drinking. And so more craving relates to more drinking, and that's how healthy drinking generally is. And so I want to point out, however, that we don't see these strong correlations in the other AUD groups. And so that might mean that craving does not necessarily dictate their drinking. And so moving on to the Caucasian group, drinking amount is negatively correlated to their depression score and as well as their anxiety score. And so we see, interestingly, that if we compare it to the African American group, that this is not present, but their depression and anxiety are present in both AUD groups. And so we also wanted to know what drove our AUD subjects to drink more alcohol. And so we used this inventory of drug taking situations and assessed their reasons for or causes for their alcohol use in the last year. And these are the different situations. And so first off, we can see the following trends where controls, they have a more significance, they're more inclined to drink for a pleasant time with others, whereas Caucasians more so, they drink under unpleasant emotions, and African Americans drink under conflicts with others. But I want to point out that there are differences compared to controls in which both AUD groups are drinking under these situations, which are starred. But even more interestingly, we were able to see some racial disparities in this, where African Americans were specifically more significant in these situations. There were no other significant findings for the Caucasian groups. And so another way to look at multivariable comparisons is to perform principal component analysis. Now, PCA is used in exploratory data analysis like we are doing here, and for making sort of predictive models using some algorithms. And so we wanted to see if the psychometric scales and the questionnaires were variables that can basically discriminate between the two groups. And so we can see that here that these variables clearly do discriminate who are healthy controls and who are AUD subjects, because these pools are separate. And there's also pretty good discrimination between the Caucasian and African-American AUD groups because there's only a little bit of an overlap, and this is representing the 4 subjects in the entire study who were misclassified by the software from their actual race to be in another race category, and as was predicted pertaining to the variables. And so moving on to the next batch of data that we were able to collect from our participants, we basically took their blood and we were able to look at their serum levels of different things, and we use LCMS for this. Now, liquid chromatography mass spectrometry detects amino acid profiles, and that's what we did. To note, it also can assess neuropeptides, hormones, and things like ATP, but and so with that, we can basically see their metabolic profile chart from these metabolites. And so one important finding for us was that all alcohol use disorder participants displayed this sharp decrease in aspartate levels compared to the normal healthy controls. And to note, decreased aspartate levels are indicative of liver damage, and chronic alcohol use and severe alcohol use can also damage this enzyme in the liver that's used to digest alcohol. And so again, we did a multivariable comparison where we put together not only the amino acids that we ran, but also the psychometric questionnaires that we took as well. And so this allows us to see from this heat map how different the amino acids and other things are interrelated and how they relate to psychometric scales. And we can pick out some differences that stand out. So in the controls, we can see that there's a stronger correlation with the psychometric tests as expected. And interestingly, there's a positive correlation that only exists for the African-American group, which may mean possibly that the psychometric scales are more reliable in the AUD population. When we look at the Caucasian group, there's a stronger correlation with the amino acids that are seen here in this metabolic cluster, and as seen by the brightness of it. And so with the African-American population, there's more of a milder correlation because it's dimmer, but it does look like it could be more comparable to the controls, which is why in our amino acids, we saw more significance in the Caucasian groups, different from control. And so again, like before, we did PCA analysis, and but for this, we incorporated all the metabolites that we tested for in the psychometric scales, and we found that these are pretty incredible to see that there is like a vast discrimination, not only between the AUD and control, but also between the 2 races, because there's no overlaps and there's an R-square value of 0.99 and very close to 1. And so with the blood metabolites, of the 22 amino acids, we were able to find disparities in 8. And more stunningly, we found a lot more of them in non-essential amino acids. And these are just the ones that are made by the body. So it seems like it's more inherent to race differences or racial disparities. And so we found that cysteine and serine had these differences. Cysteine was pertaining to African Americans, and serine changes were significant for the Caucasian group. And of particular interest to us, we found that glutamate was also a significant difference and only exclusive to the Caucasian group. And so I wanted to point out that glutamate is actually a very important molecule and metabolite, and it's been implicated in psychiatric disease and substance use, and in alcohol use disorder. Acamprosate can actually reduce the imbalances of glutamate, and basically we're very excited to see this also because it actually corroborates with Dr. Nam's previous findings, where higher serum glutamate levels are more related to acamprosate responders. And so basically from this, we have target mechanisms like glutamate synthetase to see if that's something that correlates with the responders for acamprosate treatment. But now I'd like to summarize what some of the key points from the data that we've gathered in our future directions for this. So we have the AUD subjects that show significant correlation with depression and anxiety, and possibly explains why there's comorbidities with these two. And so more so we saw that African Americans were more vulnerable to anxiety. And not only that, we saw that the reasons for alcohol use for the African Americans were more associated with negative situations. And blood glutamate levels are more specific to changes for the Caucasian group. So this is very great for us, because what we want to now see is determine whether there's a significant change similarly in the brain. And so with the help of Dr. Desra and her team, we want to do some magnetic resonance spectroscopy so that we can basically use this non-invasive tool that can measure the concentration of glutamate in the brain from specific brain regions as well. And so all in all, we can use biomarkers to identify disease subgroups and basically find a way to prescribe medications that targets more individualized medicine. And that way we can ensure a higher likelihood of responding to certain drugs. And so we want to see basically if racial disparity can be a subgroup for AUD. And so with the psych tests and the blood metabolites, and this would really just help to understand AUD, this complex heterogeneous disorder, and help us define some underlying disease pathology to ID subgroups.
Thank you, Layloon. I want to quickly ask, we've got time for one quick question. Does anybody have a question for Layloon?
I have a question. That was a great talk.
Thank you.
What's your control group? How do you define that? Is it like Caucasians, African Americans?
So our control group was just normal healthy controls, meaning they didn't have any psychiatric illnesses or any alcohol use disorder.
Okay, but was it a combination of Caucasians as well as African Americans then?
Yes, there were mixed races. Of course, we're trying to increase that number. But there were some mixed races, but majority of them were Caucasian.
Okay. Thank
you.
Great. Thank you. That was really interesting.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask you one more question, even though we're kind of out of time. What do you think that this is going to have to do with treatment? It seems like it, even, behavioral programs and things, there's a lot of differences that you're finding.
Yeah, so I mean, we kind of have to hone in on this. And so we'd also need to do more of the bioinformatics analysis, like I've shown you, to see basically what are the more correlated variables that we can look into for it further, because it might not just be glutamate, for example.
Right. There might be some cultural issues as well.
For sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So next we have Sanjeev Bila from the Center for Biomedical Engineering and Rehabilitation Sciences at Louisiana Tech University, who is going to give a talk called a multifunctional electrochemical biosensor probe for real-time glutamate and GABA detection.
Yeah. Sharing my screen. You able to see?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm Sanjeev. I'm a PhD student in LA Tech. I basically work on the fabrication of electrochemical biosensors for neurotransmitter detection. So these are the contents, like introduction to the neurotransmitters and biosensor probe fabrication and characterization and calibration. So so glutamate and the GABA are the two essential neurotransmitters for brain function and neuronal activity, neural plasticity, and network synchronization. So proper balance of this glutamate and GABA EBI need to be maintained. So the dysregulation of this glutamate GABA leads to the several neurodegenerative diseases like epilepsy, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, and traumatic brain injury. So there is a lot of interest and huge research is going on the detection of this both neurotransmitters on the real time. So currently we can detect glutamate and GABA offline via microdialysis, but it has very poor temporal resolution. So hence we in this we report the development of ultra small silicon biosensor array probe that can detect both glutamate and GABA simultaneously in a real time with high spatium temporal resolution. So our probe, this is our probe. It is 200 micrometers width, and it has 4 channels. So this is the SEM image, and see these are the 4 glutamate. These are the 4 platinum sites. So and here in between these 4, it is a microfluidic channel which can be able to inject. So through that microfluidic channel, we can inject the specific drugs in response to the neurotransmitters. So the diameter of this silicon probe, this electrodes are just 25 micrometers in diameter, and the spacing between these electrodes are just 50 micrometer. It is very small probe, and after many fabrication process, after undergoing many probe fabrication process, we finally get the this array, and the length of the probe is 10 millimeters. So this is the mechanical characterization. So I have a small video that I can play. I'm sorry. Yeah. See, we to mechanically to see the mechanical stability of our probe. So our target is to use the 2 neurotransmitters to detect the neurotransmitter in the brain. So to insert them in this probe into the tissue. So for that we just made a brain mimic like gel. So gel mimic. So see, you can see there is no damage when we insert the probe inside the gel, and we can easily take it off. So by this mechanical characterization, we can say that it is suitable for in vivo studies. So and so then coming for electrochemical characterization, we have made a custom procedure to electrochemically activate the platinum surface so that we can detect very small amount of this neurotransmitters in the brain. So we customized a protocol, and we electrochemically clean the platinum electrodes, and to check the electroactivity of the probe. So we I gone through this. I've done the CV cyclovoltammetry, and you can see the impedance spectroscopy also. So these both characterizations tell us that it has good steady state CV response, and the signal to noise ratio is high It's more than 100, and it gives fast kinetics and good reproducibility. So we to know the sensitivities of the electrodes, the 4 electrodes that we have on the small surface of silicon. So we used hydrogen peroxide calibration. We did the hydrogen peroxide. The reason we gone for this hydrogen peroxide calibration is so for a biosensor, so hydrogen peroxide is byproduct. So because it is a byproduct, so we have gone for the hydrogen peroxide calibration to know the sensitivities of the our 4 platinum electrodes on our probe. So you could see we have just injected stepwise injection, so like 2, 4 and till 10 micromolar injection. So and we have seen like it's around 5,200 nanoamps per micromolar centimeter square sensitivities, which is very high, 10-fold increase to when we compare it to the other platinum probes in the literature. So this is our electrochemical cell, and this is a small setup. So where we you do all these calibrations for our probes. So then coming for glutamate calibration. So we modify the platinum electrodes with glutamate oxidase and immobilize the glutamate oxidase on it, and after its healing time or something, so we calibrate it with glutamate. So the glutamate oxidase which is immobilized on the platinum electrodes, so it consumes the glutamate we inject in the stepwise injections. So it consumes the glutamate oxidase, consumes glutamate along with water and oxygen, and it gives the hydrogen peroxide byproducts. It releases hydrogen peroxide byproduct at the working electrode. The working electrode is our platinum electrodes. So there we get the sensitivities, and the glutamate oxidase we use, the concentration is 0.1 unit per micromolar, and the highest sensitivities we got is 200 nanoamps per micromolar centimeter square. So which is really comparable to the other reported literature. So and we have some other papers in our group, so which is quite similar. The sensitivities are almost similar. So then the second neurotransmitter, that is GABA, we detect. So here we, for the detection of GABA, we actually use GABAase and glutamate oxidase. So it is a two-step reaction, two-step mechanism, and we inject very small amounts of our GABA. So it's around just 40 micromolar. So here the GABAase, which is immobilized on the platinum electrodes, so it consumes GABA and along with alpha ketoglutarate, which we use at the time of injections. So and it gives glutamate, it releases glutamate, and as same as here, as same as you see here in the glutamate calibration. So it's again the same. So we use glutamate oxidase and GABAase both. So here the glutamate oxidase will again consume glutamate along with water and oxygen, and again it releases hydrogen peroxide, which is a byproduct for this biosensor at the working electrode. So that is our platinum electrodes. So the highest sensitivities we got for this GABA calibration is 35 nanoamps per micromolar centimeter square, which are comparable, which are also comparable with our other reports and the other reports in the literature. So so right now, so we have just did the our next further process, our next further optimization is just to we are currently using these probes in vivo calibration. So we are making multiple glutamate and GABA sites, two of each, two glutamate and two GABA sites, and we are trying to implant our sensor into the animal brain, so that rat brain, and we are getting the results. So that will be our next further process, and the conclusions are just we prepared novel biosensor, so which has the novelty in the sensor is we have the microfluidic channel, so that we can use it in real time. We can inject the required drugs, and the other thing is we got very high sensitivities towards hydrogen peroxide after optimization or customization of the after this electrochemical CV cleaning. So, and these are used, these probes are used in glutamate and GABA recordings, and yeah, and these are our references from our group. So
thank you.
Thank you.
So the application for this is for drug evaluation?
This is to detect the neurotransmitters, the glutamate and GABA, and so
wide range of applications.
Sorry?
So a wider range of applications than.
Yeah, we use this. We are actually working on epilepsy, and so we can inject our drugs using that microfluidic channel as required. The specific drugs which are required, we can inject into the brain.
Excellent. Do we have other questions for Sanjeev?
I just had a very quick one. So what, in terms of the types of models that this would be most useful for, what are you thinking about?
Can you repeat your question?
In terms of the models that this might be most useful in, disease models, what do you think are going to be the most useful?
Models?
Yeah, disease models.
So right now we are working on epilepsy. So we are still working on epilepsy in the rat brain. We are implanting them in the rat brain and trying to trying to detect our enzyme. I'm sorry, the neurotransmitters. Is that what you asked?
Yeah. I was just wondering if there is something beyond epilepsy as well.
Okay.
Seems like maybe it would link up with our last talk about animal model of alcoholism. We have a question that's through the chat, which is asking, could someone perform active movements or physical activity with the sensor in place? So do you secure the head of the mouse, or can the mouse be free moving with the sensor in it?
Can you repeat the question? I'm just searching for the chat. I couldn't get this here.
Okay. The chat question says, could someone perform active movements or physical activity with the sensor in place? So I think they're asking you, can you put this in a free moving animal, or does the animal have to be?
Yeah, we implant it in a free moving animal. I mean, we put the animal in its environment, and it will be free moving. It is a free. We implant it in a free moving animal. Yes.
Excellent. That's cool.
Yeah.
I know the person asking this is a physical therapist, so they're probably wondering about
okay,
along those lines. All right. Do we have any additional questions? Okay, so we have time for a short break, and then we will have our last two talks, and then closing remarks, and we'll announce the prizes from the poster session. So we'll meet back here at 2:30. Thank you. Dr. Ripma, are you there? Dr. Ripma, are you there yet?
Yes, I'm here.
Greetings, how are you?
I'm doing well. Is this Kevin?
This is Liz from, we met at the.
Oh, Liz. Oh, hi.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing okay.
You want to try sharing your screen? Your audio clearly works.
Yeah. Let me, actually, I was just looking at how to do that. Okay, so.
So there should be a little green thing that says share screen at the bottom when you put
Yeah.
your mouse over there.
Are you seeing this?
Not yet. I've got, actually, you know what? I've got to get, I think I've got to get Kevin to stop sharing his screen, maybe. Okay. Hang on, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Ooh, yep, there it is.
Okay, great. All right, good. So now how will this work? Will you do like sort of a brief introduction or something, and then
Yes. I will introduce you. I have your CV, and
okay, great.
You can ask folk, you can, signal that you're happy to be interrupted in the middle, or we can ask people to wait until the end.
Okay, yeah, it's fine to for people to ask questions along the way.
Great. All right, I will mention that, and we should be ready to go in about 5 minutes. Thank you for doing this and for changing it all around, and the moving target aspect of it is sort of
yeah, it's been quite a moving target. Yeah.
But this is our first fully virtual research meeting, so there's been a lot of it's been an adventure, but I think it's working out pretty well. So.
Oh, good. Yeah, we've had some a learning curve also. So it's been completely understandable, and it takes a while.
Great. Well, I'm sure. So what I probably will do is when this is over, if you don't mind, is like email you my questions later. And
oh sure.
Okay.
Yeah. It would have been nice to have seen you again at SFN, right?
Right. Now that's all virtual.
Yeah. No, I know.
Weird. It's a weird time.
It really is. I hope someday life gets back to normal.
Agreed. All right. Well,
go ahead.
We'll give them a couple more minutes, and then we'll get started. I'm really looking forward to your talk, and I really appreciate you coming.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm looking forward to talking to people. Yeah. How have things been there? It seems like are the case counts staying low, or are they starting to go up like they are around here?
They went up initially, and then they went down, and then they went up quite a bit, and now they haven't gone down. Louisiana is frequently green on that map, but it's because we're around 1,000 cases a day, maybe.
Wow. That always seems like a lot to me.
Yeah, but some days it's 0. I think they only report every couple days. It's hard to know.
Oh yeah.
So it's hard to know, but the number didn't go back down to baseline again. But then again, we don't seem to be having another gigantic surge.
Right.
And it's hard to tell because New Orleans is I think Mardi Gras just crushed it in the beginning.
Right.
Yeah. How about you guys?
It's kind of been getting steadily worse here. The numbers have just been kind of steadily going up. It's starting to get concerning. We just reopened our imaging center.
Oh yeah.
And they, people scheduled a bunch of scans, and now it's kind of looking like we probably should, shut down again. But the Office of Research is kind of resisting that idea, and so I don't know what ultimately is going to happen.
Wow, but the risk is so. We study old people. It's just,
yes, exactly. Yeah, that's the concern. And so I'm kind of in the process of trying to collect some, do some fact finding and then fact gathering, and then talk with the vice president for research about it, because I'm not really comfortable having, running a bunch of older people on the scanner. And we've got older people scheduled. I mean, not in my lab, but other labs have scheduled out a couple of weeks. They've got a dozen or so older people that they want to run. And I'm not that comfortable with the idea.
Yeah, it's a little scary. Although I did just go to the dentist and they've said everything's been fine. They haven't had any cases in their office, and which kind of blows my mind. So,
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it'll be okay somehow.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, it's time to go. Time to start.
Okay.
So,
Should I go to slideshow here? Should I put my? Yeah. Okay. Okay, here we go. Whoops.
All right. So thank you all for joining us for Dr. Ritma's talk. He is, his background is in psychology. He got his PhD at Georgia Institute of Technology, did postdoctoral training at Stanford and University of Pennsylvania. And he is now at the University of Texas in Dallas, just down the street. He's our neighbor. Part of what made it so fun. We met at a national meeting and we live right down the street from each other. He's the Meadows Foundation Endowed Chair in Behavioral and Brain Sciences, and he's the director of the UT Dallas Brain Health Imaging Center. And today his talk is entitled "A Failure to Communicate: Age-Related Changes in Neurovascular Coupling, Neural Efficiency, and Processing Speed."
Thank you, Elizabeth, for that nice introduction. And to whoever is out there, since I can't see anybody, unfortunately, thank you for coming to hear my talk. In my lab, I just want to begin with the basic phenomenon that we're trying to explain, and that's this. It's this phenomenon right here that Tim Salthouse has spent his career demonstrating across a broad range of cognitive abilities as we age. There's this slow, steady, but relentless decline in cognitive abilities. There are some improvements as well, in crystallized ability, but the vast proportion of age-related performance variability is consumed by these declines in cognitive ability. So in my lab, we've been trying to address the question of the neural basis for these age-related declines in cognitive ability. So we used functional magnetic resonance imaging to study these phenomena in humans, and there have been a diversity of results that have emerged from the neurocognitive aging literature in fMRI. But one sort of consistent observation has been that older adults' reduced cognitive performance is accompanied by age-related changes in the blood oxygen level dependent responses that fMRI, that we're able to detect with fMRI. And I'd like to show, this is a result, this is my first fMRI aging study that I did at Stanford in John Gabrielli's lab. And I like to show this result because it sort of captures in one set of results all the different phenomena that have been observed in age-related changes in the bold signal. And so you can see here, these are data from younger adults and older adults performing a Sternberg type item recognition working memory task. And the bold data, the functional data have been superimposed, have been averaged for each of the groups and superimposed on these sort of outline, on these brain image outlines. And so these are axial or horizontal cuts through the brain. And so the top of the figure here represents the front of the head, and the bottom of the figure represents the back of the head. And so a few observations, are immediately apparent, right? First, there are age-related decreases in these prefrontal regions that are known to be important for working memory. But interestingly, so that's in these more dorsal regions, but in these more ventral regions, there's less, age. There are fewer age differences. So there's relatively age equivalent ventral prefrontal activity. So some age-related declines, some age equivalents, and there are even regions where there are age-related increases in activity. So the hypotheses that we make from data like this, so that it decreases in dorsal prefrontal activity, we think might be related to the reduced availability of executive processes that are known to be mediated by prefrontal cortex. age equivalent activity in these ventral regions might indicate preserved memory maintenance processes, those iterative rehearsal processes that Alan Badley and others have talked about, and where age-related increases in bold signal occur in these rostral prefrontal regions. Well, these are sort of referred to as compensatory mechanisms. Maybe older adults are using some sort of a different strategy to account for reduced availability to these prefrontal executive processes, or maybe there's some sort of a neural compensation, right? So all of these forms of hypotheses have been advanced, and in the kind of literature that's emerged over time since I and others were doing these initial studies, I sort of grouped the hypotheses into kind of sort of four different groups. There are those that posit reductions in cognitive resources, that this bold signal is reflecting, reduction in cognitive resources. There are some changes in strategies. These sorts of hypotheses are associated with bold signal reduction. So, in a study, you read a study and they say, well, we observe bold signal reductions. They tend to posit these kinds of mechanisms to account for those results. Other studies observe bold signal increases, and the kind of hypothesis that sort of tends to emerge from these kinds of results is that it's some sort of a compensatory mechanism, like I mentioned, or it might be a decline in neural efficiency. And this, as you'll see as I go through my talk, has been sort of my preferred kind of hypothesis, I guess, because it sort of, to my mind, it does the best at trying to associate physiologic phenomena with behavioral phenomena. So in trying to understand these results that we initially performed with block design fMRI studies, we sort of moved to event-related designs where we could try to get more of a more leverage on the activity that's occurring in each of the encoding, delay, and retrieval periods of the Sternberg delayed response task. So in these in this set of studies that I'll briefly summarize for you, subjects in the scanner would see a set, in one study, they would see a set of letters appear, different numbers of letters during an initial encoding period. And then the letters would disappear from the screen. There'd be this maintenance or delay period, followed by a retrieval or probe period during which a single letter appeared, and they had to say if that letter was or was not part of the memory set. And then we had sort of an object spatial version of the task as well. And so we had younger and older adults perform these different groups of younger and older adults perform these tasks of the scanner. And here is the sort of a summary of the results, where we plotted individual subjects' reaction time against their bold signal, or what we call activation, just in this probe period here. And what we observed was that for the younger adults coded in black, increases in reaction time or slower reaction time went with increases in bold signal, increases in activation. And so we observed that in one study with these verbal stimuli, a second study with a replication of the study with a different group of subjects, and then in a third study using these spatial, object spatial stimuli. And so, but in the older adults coded here in red, you can see it's sort of the opposite result in a way. It's the faster older adults showing increased activity, and it's the slower older adults showing reductions in bold activity. And again, that replicated across across all of these in these subsequent two studies. And so we're intrigued by this phenomenon because it sort of suggested, well, there are age differences in the relationships between activation and performance. And when we look across these studies, really what when you see that these are standardized reaction times here, if you notice. And so, but when we look, we plot individual participants' reaction time against their bold signal, this sort of inverted U-shaped function emerges, where for the faster young subjects, the fastest subjects show reduced bold signal, slower young subjects show increases, and as I mentioned, the opposite sort of for the older adults. And so this was intriguing to us because it suggested that there's some physiology underlying this phenomenon that the bold signal is detecting. So our speculation has been that young, fast subjects benefit from some efficient physiology that permits them fast reaction time with minimal neural resources, I guess you'd say. And slow young subjects and slower older subjects suffer some consequences of this relatively inefficient physiology. And so our first kind of conceptualization of the neural mechanism that might underlie this phenomenon, we thought, well, we could sort of conceptualize it in this sort of PDP type model, where if you imagine nodes or brain regions that have to make contact for a process like memory retrieval to occur, fast young subjects they benefit from these robust direct connections between these memory critical regions. They have access to other circuits, of course, but in the context of practice, skilled performance, they don't really need them. Slower young subjects and faster older subjects, there's some compromise in these direct connections, but they do have access to these indirect connections. So the consequence of using these indirect connections is slowed processing time, right, for these less direct routes, and an increase in neural activity. Over here on the farthest right are the unfortunate slower older adults who have compromise in the direct and indirect connections. For them, the direct connections are the fastest route to optimal performance, but you can see here it doesn't really, unfortunately, help them all that much. And so we have as I mentioned, we've been trying to understand these phenomena, the neural basis of these phenomena. Our hypotheses have been that there's some sort of, as I mentioned, reduction in neural efficiency, and we sort of define neural efficiency as the volume of neural activity required for optimal task performance, and that might be controlling variability in their processing speed. And we believe that underlying this neural efficiency might be some change in the neural hemodynamics, the blood flow dynamics, might be affected by changes to the underlying vasculature and the glial intermediaries that control the relationships between neurons and blood flow. And I'll talk more about that as we go along. So returning to the cognition for a second. So processing speed has been taken in, among psychometric psychologists as a sort of an index of cognitive efficiency. And so these are more results from Tim Salthouse, and you can see these age-related changes in performance across, again, a broad range of cognitive tasks. But when you control for the variability due to processing speed, you can see how these age performance relationships really disappear. They're really attenuated, suggesting that it's processing speed that's fundamentally controlling these performance differences. And so it's results like these that directed us to try to capture the neural basis of processing speed by using this sort of gold standard measure of processing speed in neuropsychology, the digit symbol substitution test from the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale. And so this is a sample from a piece of paper that the experimenter would hand the participant, and across the top of the page are these digit symbol pairings, and they have 90 seconds to write in the symbol that goes with each digit. So they just sort of work down the page, writing in the symbol that goes with each digit. So we wanted to try to develop a version of this task for the scanner. So to try to see if we could elucidate the neural basis of the processing speed with fMRI. We developed this task, sort of an analog to sort of an fMRI analog to the digit symbol substitution test that we call the symbol digit verification task. And in this task, so the subject is laying in the scanner, and they can see there's a screen that they can see mounted on the head coil, and they have yes and no buttons. And in the task, on each trial, this digit symbol key appears in the middle of the screen, and below it appears this digit symbol pair, and they have to say, yes or no, does this pair appear in this digit symbol key? And one important difference between this task and the paper and pencil version is that we varied the digit symbol pairings from trial to trial, so that because I observed when I was doing this, using this task originally at Georgia Tech, and there are these very young, smart, fast engineers, and I'd be running my experiments, and I would give them the digit symbol task, and I might start the stopwatch and kind of walk out of the room for a few seconds, and I'd come back in around 90 seconds, and they'd be sitting there waiting for me to come back in. And they have their pencil down. I say, well, how'd you do that? I say, well, I just kind of memorized the key after a few trials, and I didn't really need to use it anymore. So I just, fill in. So to try and minimize that memorization ability, we built in this modification to the task. And so, so here's an experiment, the first fMRI experiment that we did with the digit symbol verification test. So again, this is an event-related design. So so you can see here sort of a sample of the time course of the experiment. So you can see that every 4 seconds, participants either saw a fixation cross, or they saw a digit symbol key and had to make a response. And the occurrence of the digit symbol trial or a fixation were jittered over for technical reasons related to convolving the hemodynamic response function. But we had 12 younger adults who performed 156 of these trials over 3 scanning runs. And what we were hoping to do was see results similar to those we saw in our working memory in our Sternberg task, on the idea that, you know, if processing speed is fundamentally what's controlling those results, we should be able to replicate our Sternberg data, and that's in fact what we observed. So you can see here are these color blobs here represent our ROIs, and the colors represent the extent of the positive or negative correlation in each of the ROIs between the bold signal and reaction time. So you can see here the younger subjects, we see the strong positive correlation similar to what we observed in our young participants in the Sternberg test in this prefrontal cortex region. What we didn't expect to see, but was very interesting, is the opposite relationship in parietal cortex, so strong negative correlations. And then in other prefrontal regions, we saw a negative relationship, and other regions we didn't see really any relationship. So, but we're really intrigued by these positive and negative going correlations in our what we got around to sort of trying to think about what these results meant, and what we thought was, parietal lobe is really doing kind of lion's share of the visual search activity required in this digit symbol task. And so it might, these differences in the prefrontal and parietal regions might have to do with the extent to which prefrontal cortex is, sort of somehow monitoring or guiding the activity in the parietal cortex. And so this kind of motivated us to try and analyze these data using connectivity methods. So given the nature of our hypotheses, we thought, well, prefrontal regions are essentially controlling these other regions where we observe the opposite relationship. We utilize Granger causality analysis, which allows us to find correlations, but also assign directions to the extent that a Granger correlation is a sort of a lag correlation or time lag correlation between events, briefly stated. And so we found results that supported that hypothesis. It seemed that in the slower young performers, there was numerous connections of these Granger correlations compared to the faster participants. And you can see here that in other analyses that we did that are in this paper, but I'm not presenting immediately here, that the propensity of the connections really go from prefrontal to these parietal regions, some to these other prefrontal regions. For the faster subjects, most of the Granger correlations went the other way, and we have some ideas about what that could possibly mean. But the important result was that the extent of the PFC influence on these other regions correlated with their reaction time, just as we would expect if it was the case that these prefrontal regions are controlling these parietal visual search regions. And so it was kind of intriguing that it might be that for faster performers essentially require less executive control of these posterior regions for optimal performance. So a sort of a connectionist form of neural efficiency is what kind of emerges from that. We of course wanted to replicate this result, our result with older adults. So in a follow-up study, we had a different group of younger participants, and then also perform this same experiment, except for the samples. All the other aspects of the experiment were the same. And in fact, we did replicate our results from the Sternberg test in these prefrontal regions, is what we're focused on here. And now we've coded these results so that, you know, in terms of reaction time and accuracy combined. So we sort of took the standardized accuracy scores and subtracted the standardized reaction time scores so that we had a measure. So now better performance is represented over here on the right side of the screen, poor performance is over here on the left side of the screen. So you can see here for the better performing younger adults, less bold signal changes in these prefrontal regions. But just like with our Sternberg data, the opposite result essentially in the older adults. So those results provide more support for our idea that there's some fast, you know, sort of efficient physiology that these faster participants benefit from, and there's some compromise in that physiology for the slower adults. And so, does someone have a question? I thought I heard this. Okay, I'll continue then. So, but the question that we're addressing currently in my lab is precisely what is the physiology that, you know, this what precisely is the change in physiology that's leading to these performance reductions, these reductions in processing efficiency. And so our attention has turned really to these phenomena of age-related changes in neural hemodynamic coupling. So there's, I'll show you in a few minutes, but there's a sort of kind of a developing literature to indicate that there are fundamental differences in the relationship between neural activity and hemodynamic and blood flow activity that is essentially what we're measuring when we use fMRI. But there are kind of a number of possibilities based on that physiology. One is it might be there are vascular changes, and we can measure those vascular changes with this measure of cerebral blood flow. I'll talk more about. It might be neural changes. There are changes in we can measure that with the cerebral metabolic rate of oxygen. We can measure with fMRI, and or it might be those glial intermediaries that I mentioned. Those cells that control the interactions between the neurons and the blood vessels. And so in our conceptualization of these constructs, we can get some indication of those using the CBF-CMR02 relationship, the CBF-CMR02 ratio. And I'll explain a little bit more about why we think that as we go along. But there is, as I mentioned, a lot of evidence that has accumulated to suggest age-related changes in the hemodynamic response. And so what I wanted to show you was results that a postdoc, Catherine West, did in my lab using the CAMCAN data, the Cambridge Center for Aging and Neuroscience database. And what this is work that was, I believe, Rick Henson and Shafto is the person's last name, but I can't remember her first name, were responsible for collecting these data. So they had 74 younger adults and 173 older adults that performed 120 trials where the participants simply saw these flickering checkerboards, these brief flickering checkerboards from trial to trial, and they were required simply to press a button when they saw this checkerboard flicker. Sometimes those flickering checkerboards were accompanied by a beep, and then what one can generate from these data are hemodynamic response functions, trial to trial, and you can trial average these and then find, assess from these different measures of the different parameters of the hemodynamic response function, the rise, slope, peak amplitude, which is primarily what's measured in bold signal, peak to trough time, fall slope. You get a whole kind of slew of parameters to assess from the data generated from this task. And so I want to show you the results that Catherine generated. So you can see here in first in the younger adults here on the left, multitude of hemodynamic response functions from each participant. There's a lot of variability in there, but they all pretty much look like hemodynamic response functions, kind of like this iconic hemodynamic response function here. There were participants that we had to exclude because they simply did not have a hemodynamic response function that was something that we could really meaningfully get any parameters from. You'll notice there was one such participant among the young. Among the old, there were fully 14 participants who had unusable hemodynamic response functions. And that just underscores the dramatic increase in the person-to-person variability in the hemodynamic response function in the older adults compared to the younger adults. And so Catherine was interested in which of the parameters actually vary or were significantly different between the younger and older. And you can see actually most of them were the peak amplitude, time to peak, time to trough, and trough amplitude all differed, excuse me, and you can see this in this comparison of the young hemodynamic response, which again looks pretty much like that iconic HRF that I was showing you on the previous slide. The older adults show differences in just about every parameter when you average their data. So these data indicate to us, along with data from numerous other studies, that there are fundamental differences in these hemodynamic response functions that indicate underlying this hemodynamic response are some basic changes in the physiology that leads to the generation of the of this hemodynamic response function. And so to try and understand the physiology underlying those changes, we have been studying these hemodynamic properties of the response to stimuli in the brain in younger and older adults. And our hypothesis has been that age-related reductions in the integrity of neurovascular coupling mechanisms underlie neural and cognitive efficiency declines. And so I want to kind of digress a little bit to talk about the known physiology underlying the hemodynamic response based on this phenomenon referred to as functional hyperemia, which is basically increases in blood flow that accompany increases in neurometabolic activity. And in the brain, what has come to be known just in about the last 10 to 20 years is that there's a complex physiology underlying this hemodynamic response function. And this is captured, the most recent sort of conceptualization of this physiology is captured in this slide here. And we've recently written a view. This is a student in my lab, Dima Abdel Karim, who had wrote a review summarizing all the hemodynamic phenomena underlying this response and how they change in age. But basically you have here a neuron, and you can see here astrocytes that communicate activity or the occurrence of activity in the neuron to blood vessels. So there are these astrocytes sort of strategically, if you will, position end feet at nodes of RANVA and its synapses, and then uptake neurotransmitter like glutamate, and in a series of interactions that is then communicated to the blood vessel in the form of vasodilating substances that are deposited on the smooth muscle surrounding the blood vessel. And this mechanism is not here so that we can measure it with fMRI. It's here so that the neurons, which do not harbor many energy resources themselves, they require, they have to get it sort of moment by moment from the blood supply. So as a result of this vasodilation, there's this inrush of oxygenated hemoglobin, and the transport of oxygen through the interstitial space to the neuron, and the transport of other nutrients via the oligodendrocytes and through the myelin sheath, and also glucose through the oligodendrocytes and the astrocytes. So this is the physiology that we believe is affected in aging. We've been focused on astrocytes, but in fact there are hypotheses that it might be related to the changes in the vasculature and other structures that are all at work here. But with the methods that we've utilized, we've been trying to trying to see which of these is controlling most of the variability in the hemodynamic response. And so this is a model that came out a few years ago of what I was just talking about. So glutamate is taken up by astrocytes and transmitted to the blood vessel via these COX-1 and prostaglandin elements that lead to vasodilation, and so that the blood vessel response is relatively coordinated. These astrocyte end feet, from other cells, communicate via gap junction synapses in this particular model. And again, there's a lot of work underway currently testing this model and other competing models. But however you look at it, there's pretty good evidence for this mechanism. And I'm going to try to show you this movie. This shows an occipital cortex, primary visual cortex blood vessel in a rat, and the rat periodically sees a light stimulus that you'll see over here, and these astrocyte end feet, which you can kind of see adumbrations of here, will then dilate this blood vessel. So if I can make this work, you can see some actual visual evidence of this mechanism. So let me see if I can do this now. So you can see here the blood flow through this blood vessel. Light comes on. You can see the blood vessel dilating due to the astrocyte end feet depositing vasodilating substance on that blood vessel. And something about the slideshow, I can only show this once, so I hope you saw that. And because it has this way of not wanting to do this again, but in any event, that's, oh, there it goes again. So you can see again here, light comes on, and right at the site of these astrocyte end feet, you can see this expansion, this dilation of the blood vessel. So good visual evidence supporting this hypothesis that these astrocyte end feet are mediating this blood vessel dilation secondary to neural activity. So how do we measure this in humans? Well, as I mentioned before, we have some variables that we can exploit to try and measure this in humans. I mentioned CMRO2 or delta CMRO2 in response to stimuli during a functional task. So CMRO2, as I mentioned, is a change in the amount of oxygen metabolized over time. There's good evidence that the CMRO2 is indexing neural activity. So some what's called low-level physiology work supports the conclusion there's a one-to-one relationship between neural spiking and CMR02. Cerebral blood flow has been measured using arterial spin labeling for a long time in fMRI. It measures changes in the volume of moving blood over time due to increases in the amount of oxyhemoglobin. And what has emerged from this work in humans is that in young, intact individuals, there is a very stable, about 2-to-1 relationship between cerebral blood flow and CMR02. So the fact of this very stable result has been replicated numerous times, gives us sort of an index of the integrity of the neurovascular coupling system. So we can look for variations on this 2-to-1 relationship and make inferences about the hemodynamic or the reductions in the integrity of the neurovascular coupling system in older adults. There's good evidence for age-related changes in cerebral microvascular organization. So, like I said, there are a number of competing hypotheses about which component of this neurovascular coupling system are affected. So, some people argue that it's due to the reductions in density, increases in the tortuosity and blind ends that are observed in the in this vascular matrix or this vascular lattice that is so nicely organized and laid out in younger adults, and then is adversely affected in aging. There's also good evidence that glial cells are involved, the astrocytes and oligodendrocytes. So you can see here data from the Karolinska Institute showing that glial factors are disproportionately affected in aging, and that those glial factors correspond well to changes in neural metabolism, suggesting that glial factors are playing a role in age-related changes in neural activity. But broadly, the idea is that there are a number of parameters, physiologic parameters, underlying the hemodynamic response function. And together, what Catherine's data and those other data showing age-related changes in the shape of the HRF suggest is that there are a number of these physiologic factors that changes in these factors relative to one another have excuse me, a variety of effects on the hemodynamic response function that are reflected in the changes in the shape of the HRF in aging. And so, so how do we measure these in humans? So we've been using techniques developed in biomedical engineering to try and assess changes in these CBF, the CMR02, and other factors that we can measure using this calibrated dual echo fMRI method, which permits near simultaneous collection of BOLD and CBF data, from which we can then model CMR02 data and CMR02 activity, and and then obtain also the CBF CMR02 ratio that we take as an index of neurovascular coupling integrity. So I want to digress a little bit on this method. So that in the dual echo pulse sequence, we can, as I mentioned, simultaneously measure arterial spin labeling and data and BOLD data. So you can see here, there are these pairs of 4-second periods, one that involves a mock label And then following the mock label, there's this delay period after which we measure the ASL, and then we can sort of get a bold measure after that. The bold is this slow, sluggish response, so we have plenty of time to collect a bold measurement. This mock label period is then followed by a second 4-second, actual label period, where again, there's this delay period, and then we again acquire the ASL data, acquire bold data, and then that collection of data in this way then permits us to utilize these analyses that give us the bold and ASL data. So from each of these task periods, the rest and task period. So one thing you'll notice is we're sort of back to block designs here because these are very long pulse sequences. So when we get around to functional imaging, we're going to be back to old school block design. So that's one, they say there's no free lunch in fMRI, and this is one case of that. So within any one of these periods, we can collect a series of these control and label sequences. And then within each of these, there are a set of labeling pulses that I was showing you before, a delay period, and then we begin collecting the ASL and bold sequences across slices until the next kind of 4-second period, until the next pulse sequence period. And then we're able to analyze the data in such a way that we can average each of those. If you remember, we got 2 bold echo images, right? From those, we average those across these control and label periods, and that gives us our measure of bold. We subtract the control ASL data from the label ASL data, and that gives us our measure of cerebral blood flow, our ASL data. And then there's one other component to this that requires, because for each participant, there's variability in how much vasodilation is going to occur during this, during these kinds of tests. The kind of neural, the neural stimulation of the blood vessels is going to induce dilation, but that dilation is going to differ from person to person. So we have to find out how much for each person the vessel can dilate, right? So to do that, we have to do an additional scan called a hypercapnia scan, in which we have the participant periodically breathing a CO2 air solution. And then that gives us an independent measure, sort of a rate limiting factor that we can use to sort of essentially calibrate how much of their, how much dilation is possible in each participant. So in those hypercapnia scans, we do the same kind of scan, except there's just this 4 minutes of room air, 6 minutes of 5% CO2 solution, same dual echo pulse sequence, but then that puts us in a position of measuring this M factor, essentially the vasodilation ability for each participant. Then using this equation developed by this guy Davis and this guy, we can then solve for CMRO2. So we're essentially modeling our CMRO2. So using this formula along with Grubb's constant and this beta parameter that has been established to be 1.33 by our esteemed colleague Hansan Liu and Peter Van Zyl. So we solve for CMRO2, and that gives us the physiologic parameters underlying the hemodynamic response. So in the study that I want to tell you about, we had participants in the scanner performing those during performing tasks during those dual echo pulse sequences were running. And then we collected the CBF data and the BOLD data to get the to be able to solve for the CMRO2, as I mentioned before. And so basically the task that we had participants performing was a very simple one for our first sort of go at measuring these. We had subjects looking at the screen, and they were focused on this fixation cross here. And this fixation cross was changing color sort of in a kind of unpredictable but periodic sort of fashion. And we were asking participants to press a button every time they saw that change. Basically, our idea was that we wanted to get, this is sort of a poor man's kind of, sort of fixation, I guess you'd say, because we wanted to try and have this flickering annulus hitting their occipital lobe in about the same place for everybody. So we're trying to get them to focus on this plus sign. And so while they performed this task, this checkerboard flickered around them at 8 hertz periodically. And so here are the results from the task. So you can see here activity in occipital cortex as we anticipate. And you can see here a comparison of the younger and the older adults. So you can see increased BOLD signal in the younger adults compared to the older adults. But then the aspect, it becomes somewhat problematic because we don't get changes in the CBF. So if this BOLD signal was representing, if that was going along with the changes in the CMRO2, as you would expect, then there should be a reduced CBF, right, going along with this reduced BOLD signal. But in fact, it's relatively equivalent between the young and the old. And then when we go and look at the CMRO2 that we've modeled with our CBF and BOLD data, you can see that the CMRO2, are, the measure of actual neural activity, is greater in the older adults than the younger adults. And so based on these data, it seems that the BOLD signal is sort of mis-signaling, if you will, the difference in neural activity between the younger adults and the older adults, because the CMRO2 is telling us a very different story than the BOLD. And we think that that's because of this disruption in the relationship between the cerebral blood flow and the CMRO2. Remember, there's a nice 2-to-1 relationship in healthy young individuals, but you can see here that there's some disruption in that relationship in the older adults, because this CBF does not increase proportionately with the CMRO2, as you would expect in an intact neurovascular coupling system. So this is just a summary of the results. Decreases in—
Ask you a question, Bart?
Yes.
That standard deviation or standard error on that?
A standard error.
So a lot of variability.
Yeah.
How many people were in the groups?
We had 19 in each group.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. And so, I also just wanted to point out the M values here. Also, I forgot to mention those are relatively equivalent between the young and the old. So this doesn't really lend support to the idea that this is a vascular phenomenon. It really implicates more the glial than the vascular parameters. But here are our results. Was there another question or another observation about these results?
Can you tell me what an M value is?
I'm sorry. So the M is measured from the that hypercapnia scan, and basically, you know, that it's a little complicated, but basically the way I conceptualize it, it's sort of the vasodilation ability of the blood vessels. So if there's some difference between them, then that can be accounted for in the model. But we didn't see very big differences between the young and the old. They're relatively equivalent there. Okay. And so we think that these results are reflecting changes in this hemodynamic response system, in this neurovascular coupling system, and the changes in the CBF-CMRO2 relationship by our lights implicates these intermediary structures. My favorite hypothesis is that it's the astrocytes, but it could be astrocytes and oligodendrocytes. There's good evidence from DTI, diffusion tensor imaging studies suggesting, you know, age-related changes in these white matter structures. So I think that goes nicely along with the idea that there's some disruption in the communication between the neurons and the blood vessels. So our sort of conclusion presently, our sort of working conclusion, if you will, is that you know, these older cell assemblies, our earlier work tells us that these older cell assemblies operate less efficiently, requiring greater oxygen metabolism relative to younger adults. The greater oxygen demand of the older neurons isn't matched by increases in cerebral blood flow. And that leads to, you know, on the basis of, you know, just on the math, right? A sort of a paradoxical reduction in the bold response. So if you think about the bold response as reflecting the CBF-CMRO2 ratio, then once the CMRO2 starts outrunning the CBF, then increases in CMRO2 are going to lead to decreases in bold signal. So the bold signal is kind of, interpretation of the bold signal becomes complicated in that circumstance. I just wondering where we're at on time. Do we need to finish promptly? I have some, you know, kind of just our latest results from our new work, if there's time, or I can wrap up.
Yes, we have about 5 more minutes.
Okay. So one question we asked from these data was, is there any relationship between these neural efficiency decreases that we've observed? Are they related to processing efficiency decreases? This is a question we're taking up more fully in our current studies. But on the basis of those data from Joanna Hutchison's work, we did observe, you know, so remember there was that button press task, right? And it seemed that subjects with higher CBF and CMRO, the CBF-CMRO2 ratios, or neurovascular coupling ratios, in both the younger and the older adults showed faster RT compared to those with a lower CBF-CMRO2 ratio. So that's a clue. That's not definitive proof that neural efficiency is tied to processing efficiency, but it's a clue that we might be on the right track. So it suggests that there might be a link between reduced neural efficiency and reduced processing efficiency. So this is kind of our working model moving forward, where our thought is that there are changes, you know, this phenomenon is task demand dependent. That, you know, that's what the earlier that U-shaped function kind of suggests, and there's other data to support the idea that, you know, as you increased task demand for younger adults. This is what those Buxton results that I showed earlier also support, that as task demand increases for younger adults, there's this nice continuous increase in the CBF-CMR02 ratio that you'd expect, with an intact neurovascular coupling system. For older adults, our thought has been that there might be disproportionate increases in CMR02, like we observed in the Hutchison data. It might be that at lower levels of task demand, the blood flow can keep up with that CMR02 demand, but as that increases, that it sort of tails off. That the CMR02 sort of outruns the CBF ability to keep up with it, and this is the point at which you start getting those paradoxical decreases in bold response with increases in CMR02, and that's modeled here based on Joanna's data. So you see a nice linear increase, just as has been shown by Jeff Boynton and others, with increases in task demand. But in older adults, the thought is that initially you'd see these increases in bold signal, but that would then drop off with increases, further increases in task demand. And so some of our questions kind of going forward are, how do these changes in CBF, CMR02 change with increases in task demand? And are there region-specific changes? We've been focused on occipital cortex, but our new studies are looking at motor cortex and visual cortex. And prefrontal cortex. So we're trying to do this same kind of dual echo type paradigm with the digit symbol task and with a simple motor task. I can show you some results, the occipital cortex results. You can see increases in neurovascular coupling in the younger adults that go right along. So the increases above this 2.0 level with increases in task demand. This has been observed before, but what's new about these results is that the neurovascular coupling, the reduced neurovascular coupling in the older adults, is virtually demand insensitive. And so we've been exploring the relationship between this phenomenon and its relationship to performance. And so again, these are results that we're currently analyzing, but there does seem to be a relationship between this identical pictures task, this kind of vision heavy task, a bit like the digit symbol, in younger and older adults. And then what we've gone on to do, and my screen has stopped responding. Okay, so my screen has disappeared now. And I don't know why it's doing this.
Wow.
Are you seeing a black screen?
I'm seeing a white screen, but it's definitely gone.
Okay. Oh, shoot. I don't know if this is going to come back or not.
Well, maybe it's a good time to...
Yeah, good time to stop. Yeah, okay. I won't be able to acknowledge my students, but in any event, that's okay, I guess. So at this point, I guess I could take questions if people have any.
It makes me think of, manipulating the system by imaging people who maybe have, so we study a lot of people with Parkinson's disease and they have prefrontal cortex neural, that loop to the prefrontal cortex from the basal ganglia doesn't work. And so,
right,
as you're trying to manipulate all these different variables, have you thought about looking at people with high cholesterol or, stressing the vascular side and the neural side with disease and seeing what happens? Does that make sense?
I'm not quite getting. Have we tried looking at other disease models?
Well, as you're trying to nail down the process, are you interested in in introducing different manipulations that come from diseases that stress the system and
Right, yeah. Well, to the extent that we have looked at other clinical a model, we are looking at MS because MS features reduction in these white matter structures that we believe are principally affected, and we've been finding results that are that are consistent with those that we see in aging. I had some of those to present in the slides that I couldn't show you, but we have looked at that. But I think what you're asking is if you look at diseases that are kind of kind of system specific, and
right.
maybe what you're asking is, would you expect to see kind of system specific disruption of neurovascular coupling in some disease that is specific to some particular region or some particular?
Well, the white matter is that's a similar idea. That makes sense.
Yeah. So we have been doing that. Yeah. I mean, I think the idea that you would have, for instance, like Pick's disease or something that attacks prefrontal cortex, at least initially, or something like that you could then go and kind of look at kind of circuit specific or system specific changes. That's an intriguing idea. We have thought a little bit about looking at, like, we haven't focused on hippocampal regions very much, and we had thought about sort of in the context of looking at long-term memory tasks that they're doing over at the Center for Vital Longevity. Denise Park and Mick Rugg
right
are over there, and seeing the thing that's kind of intriguing about the hippocampus is that it's neurovascular, or the hemodynamic coupling physiology is different than it is in other regions of the brain, like the ones that we're looking at. So it'd be really interesting to look there and see what those changes are. Those hippocampal regions, those kind of medial temporal lobe regions are really highly vascularized, more so than the regions we've been looking in. There's really dense vasculature in there.
The reason that I was thinking of Parkinson's disease also is that our work shows that processing speed is the main cognitive function that gets hit. It's the biggest.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's intriguing. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
And so no, you work with Parkinson's patients then?
Yes.
Okay, well, that would be we should talk more about that.
Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah, excellent.
I'll send you an email. So how, instead of me having my own personal meeting, is there
I just had a quick question. That was really nice.
Thank you.
In terms of aging, of course, a lot of the aging population will have other risk factors, other cardiovascular, cerebrovascular risk factors. So what do you think is going to be most affected by those, CBF or CMRO2?
Could you repeat the question? I
was wondering, in terms of the aged population, a lot of them having extra cerebrovascular risk factors.
Yeah.
What would be most affected, do you think, or are they kind of pretty even in terms of the cerebral CMRO2?
Yeah, well, you could imagine, I think, looking at vascular compromise. I mean, I guess we've been thinking in terms of, one thing that characterizes our samples is that they're really healthy, right? Because, I mean, and this is something I think is kind of generally an issue in fMRI research, is that you do pretty dramatic screening, right? Because you want these individuals going, this has been since fMRI started, you get really healthy older adults going into the scanner because they self-select, and then you put them through a screening process that's more extensive than you would put them through in the behavioral laboratory. excuse me. And so, and because of the CO2 challenge, you know, we can't include people, for instance, with any kind of asthma issues, we really try to minimize any kind of health issues that these people have. So yeah, targeting groups with specific cerebral vascular issues would be intriguing, and you might expect to see the variability weighted more towards the CBF than the CBF-CMR02 ratio.
Okay, thank you. That was really fascinating.
Okay. Another question or?
All right, well, thank you so much. That was very interesting, and we really appreciate it.
Okay, well, thank you for inviting me. It's been great. It's been great. I really wish I was able to be there in person and meet everybody, but the world has different ideas, I guess.
Maybe next time.
Yes, great. Okay, and yeah, let's be in touch then. And
absolutely, I'll send you an email.
Okay, great. Okay, take care then. Thanks very much, everybody, for coming and listening.
Okay, so we have one talk left, last but not least, but I keep forgetting to say, please go onto the website and vote for the fan favorite poster. We haven't got too many votes there, at least the last time I checked, and there was some weird bot activity, which is fascinating. But anyway, so please go to the website under the events and vote for your favorite poster. And now, oh, we have a view of, there we go. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Suzanne Tinsley. She's the Assistant Dean of Development and the Parks Endowed Professor of Neurological Rehabilitation at LSU Health. And she is going to share some of the experiences that she and her group have been having with post-COVID neurorehabilitation. Thank you, Dr. Tinsley.
Thanks, Dr. Disbro. Let me know that you can hear me and that the volume is up. So yes. The last talk today in the RAID is really kind of more clinical. So I hope some of the things that I share with you today, especially some of you guys that are basic scientists, might spark you a little bit, that maybe we could collaborate to see where some of these things that we're seeing with patients that are surviving this disease, where some of their impairments are coming from. I'd like to first acknowledge my colleague, Dr. Marie Vasquez-Morgan, who's working with me, or we're working together with this kind of project that is new and kind of learning as we go, as we began to get patients that have survived the disease and what we do from there. So if we think about critical illness, certainly a paper by Wilcox in 2013 showed that there's certainly a burden on the system for people that are critically ill, particularly with a period of time in the intensive care unit. And that this burden is both musculoskeletal, affects the peripheral nervous system as well as the central nervous system. And it's that time after they're now post-hospital discharged home that we really have to think about what are we going to do to try to overcome this burden so that these patients can return back to their normal or their previous baseline prior to their illness. If we don't, then we have some of these long-standing problems that create a new baseline at a decreased level of function. And so there was a paper put out this April by Steer and Pollock that really began to think forwardly about, all right, what are going to be some of the complications of individuals that survive COVID-19, and where might we begin to intervene with some of our rehab? And so they identified certainly just general functional disability, because these patients have been in the bed or bedridden for long periods of time. We certainly can't overlook their pulmonary function. Looking from data from the SARS survivors, that many of these individuals do have pulmonary problems many months after quote, recovery from the illness. Also, cardiac implications. If you've read the news and you're sports advocates like me, you recognize that a lot of times these athletes that are become affected have to pass a pretty rigorous cardiovascular screen to be able to return back to their activity because of the myopathy and the arrhythmias associated. Certainly swallowing components with being intubated, ICU acquired weakness, again, that idea of myopathy and neuropathy that is associated with long-term ICU stays. The area that interests me most really is the neurological sequelae, particularly the polyneuropathy. It's been described in the literature that it's Guillain-Barré-like. And when we think about Guillain-Barré, we think about being demyelinated, where the peripheral nerve actually loses the myelination from the Schwann cell. But I will show you with our case studies that I really don't know that it's a demyelination. I think personally, just from what I've seen in the clinic, that it's probably a severe inflammation like neuritis. Usually in patients that have neuritis of a particular peripheral nerve, it is more sensory involved, but not so much motor involved because of the diameter and the thickness of motor nerve. But what we're seeing now in these individuals that are surviving COVID that have these peripheral neuropathies, there's some dense motor involvement, some significant paresis, and oftentimes paralysis, which is what I think led the literature to say, oh, it's Guillain-Barré-like. But what we're seeing in our practice is that these individuals are recovering too fast. If it were true demyelination, it wouldn't recover as quick as they're recovering their function. So which makes me think that it's probably more that cascade, that bombardment of that inflammatory process that is affecting the nerve very significantly, that's giving you the problems that we see. But anyway, that's just my thought. Cognitive symptoms, certainly a problem, both short-term and long-term memory. We're seeing a lot of our patients describe of word finding problems and just what appears to take them a while to get to the conclusion or to find that word or concept that they're trying to find. Certainly sleep disturbances have been identified. And then with any long-standing illness, particularly of severity of many of individuals with COVID-19, mental health and depression, and then generally some pain issues certainly associated with some of the musculoskeletal problems from long-term bedridden or immobility. So what we're proposing and hopefully going to start here at LSU Health is something called a COVID Rehabilitation Institute. The idea of, to bring the COVID story somewhat full circle. Certainly our partner hospital, LSU, Ochsner LSU, have been very involved in the care of these patients critically. Certainly our EVT lab in being able to diagnose very rapidly and is widespread. But now looking at once these individuals have survived the disease, really trying to take it to that full circle. So having a COVID Rehabilitation Institute to do that. Certainly it would be the medical checkup that goes on, particularly cardiovascular and pulmonary function and general medical workup after these individuals are discharged home, but also this idea of a neuro rehab screen. So every patient presents differently. So the ability to be able to identify what impairments patients have and then to develop a very patient-specific program to try to combat those impairments. So what my colleague and I have come up with is what we consider a very comprehensive neuro rehab screen based then on that article by Steer and Pollock of looking at some validated assessments that we can use so that every patient we see that comes to us with a COVID recovery diagnosis, we're trying to use this standard packets of assessments so that maybe we can go back and do some retrospective analysis to see, can we identify certain trends with race, age, length of stay in the hospital, length of requirement for ventilator support, etc. So we certainly looking at endurance. We're using the 2-minute walk test. Functional strength, we're using a 5-time sit-to-stand test. Certainly with any rehabilitation, gait speed is kind of that sixth sense or that sixth vital term. Berg balance and timed up and go, looking at fall risk. Because the literature describes fatigue and insomnia as being very prevalent in patients that have survived COVID, using a validated fatigue severity scale, as well as the insomnia severity scale. Very important to us as clinicians is this quality of life. So we're using the patient-specific functional scale, which is validated across all diagnoses, to look at what is the patient's perceived disability based on what they can and cannot do that's important to them. And then again, this neuropathy screen. And we can do that using FES to try to determine how a muscle that responds to particular parameters of functional electrical stimulation, we can get a severity then of the neuropathy. So then to follow that with neurotreatment, again, it's very patient-centered. We know that all of these patients that survive come with an array of impairments. So we've got to really figure out very patient to patient, what are the impairments that are present, and then how we're going to resolve those impairments and then get that person back to what they believe is their pre-functional state. So very patient-centered. You know, we cannot treat these individuals with the same protocol. We really have to listen, evaluate, and then provide our treatment or our intervention based on their specific impairments. And so a variety of what we've been able to use in our clinical environment is certainly general functional strengthening, and we have a vector system that can allow us to do that. We're the only outpatient facility in the southern region that has this, and it's become very vital in our intervention. Certainly pulmonary function, having the capability to have multiple methods of functional electrical stimulation that we can manipulate the parameters so we can look at the severity of the neuropathy and how it's going to respond and how we're going to get it to that nerve and that muscle to restore or come back. Certainly AFO and bracing for joints then that are at risk for injury because of the atrophy and weakness. And then also working back with the critical care physician when we see some things that are abnormal, having that interaction to talk to them about what we see, and then referral to other services as we see appropriate. So as we kind of finish up today, I've got 2 case studies that I think are quite interesting. Again, hopefully some of the basic scientists that are still listening might see some or hear some things clinically that maybe we could collaborate to see why we're seeing these things. Our first patient is a 57-year-old male, no really past medical history, except he would have told you he was slightly overweight. He was hospitalized in March. He required complete ventilation, supported with ECMO, relatively pretty sick, on the ventilator for 47 days. Once he was weaned from the ventilator, I think he was here at Ochsner LSU, and they threw everything at him from a medical standpoint in terms of the experimental drugs and plasma. Again, he had the gamut. Discharged home in May. His primary mode of mobility was a wheelchair. He could ambulate with a standard rolling walker, but needed minimal assist for safety. And at rest, his heart rate was 115 and his oxygen saturation was 95%. So based on that criteria that we developed, this is what we saw with him. His 2-minute walk test was about 221 feet. And after he did that, his post-walk saturation was 72%. Now, he personally told you he didn't really feel that bad, so we kind of called him a functioning hypoxic. I mean, his O2 sats would have to get in the low 70s before he would say, you know what, I'm a little bit short of breath. His functional strength 5-time sit to stand test was 27 seconds. Normal for his age is 10 seconds. His gait speed was about 0.51 meters per second with a rolling walker. Normal is 1.3 to 1.5, so he walked very, very slow. His Berg balance 42 out of 56, so he was at a minimal risk of falls. His timed up and go test, again, another fall screen, was 20 seconds. Normal is 10 seconds, so again, at risk. Doing the fatigue severity scale, your score here is 7 to 63 is the range. He scored 21.7, which identified that he felt like fatigue interfered with his quality of life about 44% of the time, so relatively significant. His insomnia scale, severity scale was 16. A score of 15 to 21 on this scale is a moderate clinical insomnia, or identifies moderate clinical insomnia. So sleep deprivation was certainly a problem with him. His patient-specific functional scale, we asked him what are 3 personal goals that he wanted to get to and where he thought he was at this time. His average score was 2.6 out of 10. So that deemed him as about, he perceived himself as being 73% disabled. His 3 goals were to climb stairs at his home, to return to work, and to be able to run. He liked to run at night on his treadmill. From a neuropathy standpoint, he did have a neuropathy of his common peroneal nerve to his right ankle. And then I think probably from laying prone for that many days, he did have some limitation in dorsiflexion. His gastrocnemius muscles bilaterally were tight. So his personal then treatment geared to him, what he needed: functional strength training on our vector system, gait training on our vector system, quite a bit of functional electrical stimulation to try to recover some of the weakness and atrophy that we saw due to the neuropathy. We braced him in his ankle of his drop foot, and also provided some stabilization with rigid taping to his left scapula. He kind of had a protraction of that scapula. And again, not sure if it was the polyneuropathy from the disease or just positioning prone, but certainly tried to stabilize that. So what I've got to show you here is just some video real quickly of him the first time up in our vector system. And so this video here's the first time he ever walked without his walker. And so we have him deweighted about 50 pounds off of his body, and just asking him to try to walk what he would consider normally with an arm swing. The vector system has about 4 inches of displacement, and then it'll catch, so he will not fall. So you can see he's kind of walking very gingerly, not really sure. His hands are clasped tight. You know, we were trying to really support him and say, you're not going to fall. It's all good. Again, Dr. Morgan trying to stimulate or trying to look at functional strength, and he had very weak hip musculature, so doing some side lunging with him. Again, the vector system is giving him support and helping him go up and down. Also then trying to get him just to do a normal walking pattern, trying to say you're not going to fall, speed up. We've got to get you in a more functional pattern. Get up, get up. Also, again, some general function or general strengthening. Dr. Morgan has doing him some lunges, and you can see he's pretty wobbly, and you can watch his knees kind of go inward. He had a lot of problems with stability or stabilization at the hip. We're probably helping him now about 40 pounds, 40 to 50 pounds. Because he was at high risk for falls for 2 of our assessments on our vector system, then we developed a little obstacle course. Again, he needed to be able to climb stairs, so that stepping up on the step made him have to then adjust something soft, really trying to activate his balance system because we didn't want him to fall. All right, so then his goal was that he wanted to run. If you remember that he was a runner on his treadmill at night. And so eventually we got to that point on the vector system where if he stumbled or fell, it would help him. So here are his outcomes. We were able to see him about 2 months. So if we look at his endurance, he went from 2 minutes of walking to now 6 minutes of walking with about 1,500 feet, quite a bit of improvement. His 5-time sit to stand test was down now 8 seconds, 10 seconds is normal. His gait speed, he did not require a rolling walker anymore. He could ambulate independently, 1.2 meters per second or 1.3 meters per second. Normal is 1.3 to 1.5. Berg balance, no risk of falls. His timed up to go 8 seconds, 10 seconds is normal. So now we got him back to no risk of falls. His fatigue severity scale, he now rated himself as a 7, which meant about 11% of the time he felt fatigue interfered with his quality of life. His insomnia scale reduced to 5. 1 to 7 on the insomnia scale is nothing clinical. His patient-specific functional scale got him back to 10 out of 10. He was able to do those 3 things that he identified. His neuropathy screen, complete return of the muscle of his right ankle and his left shoulder, didn't require any assist device. And we reduced some of his tightness in his gastrocs. So now he had about 15 to 12 degrees dorsiflexion in his ankles. Our second patient is a 42-year-old male, no significant past medical history, but he was very muscular. He was a weightlifter. This individual was 6'5", so can I only imagine what they went through trying to prone him. He came to us on June 2nd. He was in the hospital on June 2nd, stayed 42 days, required the ventilator. Required the ventilator for 42 days, discharged home. He did ambulate independently, but he had a significant neuropathy of his ankle, his left ankle and his left shoulder that required bracing. And again, his resting heart rate was 105 with a 98% saturation. So here his starting on our component of assessments, 2-minute walk test, a little bit further than the first patient, still 5-time sit to stands test, very weak, normal is 10 seconds. Gait speed was a little bit faster than our first patient. However, 1.3 to 1.5 is normal. Berg balance, 53 out of 56, so not at falls risk. Again, he described fatigue interfered with his quality of life more. He gave himself a raw score of 40, which meant about 63% of the time he felt fatigued interfered with his daily activity. He did not suffer from any insomnia. 1 to 7 is normal. His quality of life scale, his 3 activities were to work in his yard, return to work, and drive the car independently. So he felt himself about 54% disabled. Again, he had more of a neuropathy problem, a drop foot on the left with about 1.1 plus out of 5, and that was primarily his extensor digitorum muscle. His anterior tib was extremely flaccid, and his left upper extremity, 1 out of 5 on his deltoid. He had 0 grip strength in that hand, so he had an ulnar problem with his grip and his lumbricals. And then he had a 3-finger sublux, and I'll show you an x-ray of that. So this is what his x-ray looked like after he was discharged from the hospital. He thought his shoulder was subluxed. And so he went, and this x-ray really shows then that what we call that 3-finger sublux from the acromion to the lateral aspect of the humerus. And that's just from deltoid weakness, axillary nerve palsy. He had an old AC injury that then with the weight of the arm and no support from the deltoid muscle holding that the head of the humerus in the glenoid fossa, then pulled down on all of that complex. Again, his patient-centered treatment, a lot of functional strengthening, and a lot of FES. He required a much more electrical stimulation intervention to recover his issues with foot drop and his axillary nerve palsy. So you can see here on his anterior tib how flaccid that is. He came to us with an AFO, but it wasn't the appropriate one, particularly at being 6'5". That low profile AFO wouldn't support. You can certainly see here the atrophy in the shoulder complex, particularly the deltoids. And remember, he was a bodybuilder. So I think he lost about 60 to 70 pounds with his injury. Also, the ulnar nerve problem, could not grip his lateral 2 fingers and had no intrinsics. I don't have a picture of how we taped him using rigid tape to support his shoulder till we were able to get him in a brace, but that head of the humerus can't hang out of the glenoid fossa. So we came up with this method. Actually, this is a method we use with patients that have had stroke with a hemiplegic shoulder or sublux, and we did that for him. Also, Dr. Morgan did quite a bit of strength training with him in his upper shoulder complex, particularly where he had that weakness. And this was the AFO that we put him in, a more ground reaction force that allowed him to walk a little bit faster with his foot drop. And then a shoulder brace to maintain that head of the humerus in the glenoid fossa. So his outcomes again were quite good. His neuropathy in his lower ankle has relatively resolved. He can now walk almost twice the distance in 2 minutes, doesn't need an AFO. His functional strength is back to normal, gait speed back to normal, no issues with bird balance. He now has about a 40% reduction in his fatigue. Insomnia was never a problem with him. His patient-specific functional scale, 10 out of 10, so no disability in the 3 areas he described. And then with the FES intervention, the electrical stim intervention for his neuropathies, he really did quite well in 2 months. 3+ out of 5 of the ankle, where he does not need the AFO anymore, and 4+ out of 5 on its deltoid. His grip strength came back about 32 foot-pounds in that hand, and he has no subluxation. Heart rate and oxygen, resting heart rate dropped like we would like to see, and then his oxygen sat maintained. So this is what tells me that maybe it's not a demyelination of probably just a severe inflammatory process, because normally you wouldn't get that much return in that shorter period of time if that peripheral nerve was demyelinated. So my acknowledgments, again, like to thank Dr. Marie Vasquez Morgan. She's on. So if you have any questions for either of us, certainly Dr. Keith Scott, who is our critical care that's trying to work with me, and Dr. Walters to see if we can't create this COVID Rehabilitation Institute within the Center for Brain Health. And mostly the patients that we've been able to treat that have survived this disease and the family that brings them and allows us to try to help them get back. So again, that's all I have. Are there any questions?
I do have a quick one, Suzanne. That was really nice. Because it's you're leaning towards the inflammatory side of things and underlying what's happening. Are you starting to measure inflammation, or from the beginning in patients and then after rehab?
No, and Karen, that's something that we really tried by doing this. We would like to do that. As terms of my clinical practice, there's not a means for us to do that. Okay, and I can't write the order for that to occur. And so that's what we would like to do with part of this COVID Rehabilitation Institute, is to be able to identify some of those things with our basic science clinicians, and taking some of the things that y'all have done in the animal model and try to employ them in this institute to see. There's no way for me to measure the inflammatory process via my clinical practice.
Yeah, because all you need is even a little bit of plasma. It really doesn't take much to get a good, decent inflammatory profile.
Right. And so that's one of the things that, so hopefully if we're able to start this institute, I'll get you involved in that so that we can begin to identify. I would tell you clinically, it cannot be demyelination, because it cannot, if it was truly demyelinated, it would not return that fast. So it has to be inflammatory, but it would be nice to be able to document that and show that. So maybe that's something that we can collaborate on if we're able to move forward with this institute within the Center for Brain Health.
Great, thanks.
Do you foresee any research opportunities for trainees? I know there were a couple of really good posters on COVID-19. I know the interest is really high here.
Yeah, I think again, with us having the kind of position that we have within our community, and with what we've already done with the COVID epidemic, in terms of how we've treated the patients in the acute environment, and with the EVT lab and what all the centers are trying to do, I think there would be a great opportunity. And I see there's a lot of NIH stuff coming out, really looking at these rehab type components. And I think that's why, time is short for us to be able to establish our institute, where then we can go after some of that funding, so that then we can have some training opportunities, not only for physicians, but for scientists, and then people in my area, both for therapists as well.
I have a quick question. Have you applied any of this to patients who don't have COVID, but have maybe recently woken up from a coma or something along those lines, to see how, if there are any similarities or differences in that regard?
Well, certainly not. I won't say no, not in the last 6 to 9 months, but you can certainly look in the literature to see individuals, because again, we think most of these problems that we're seeing in terms of the neuropathy and the functional components, we think are primarily peripheral. All right. Now, certainly it would be nice to look at some MRIs to see if, we see anything centrally. When you talk about patients that have been in a coma, then you're talking about an upper motor neuron injury. And so that would probably be a little different in what we would see based on all of the things I described here are more lower motor neuron injury, where people in a coma would be an upper motor neuron injury. And so it's going to be quite different. Usually in those individuals, we see spasticity rather than atrophy and flaccidity.
I see. Thank you.
Uh-huh. Any others? Well, again, I'm sorry for running over. I thank you tremendously for the opportunity to present. And, Liz and Karen, hopefully we can move forward with this as well.
Very interesting, Suzanne. Thank you. That was great. Okay, so closing remarks. I just want to thank several people. I'd like to thank all of our speakers. I'd like to thank Karen Stokes, who did the lion's share of the organizational work. I want to thank Kevin Hawley and Joseph Mertens, who did all the tech, which went pretty well, I have to say. Of all the million things where we could have crashed and burned, we did not. We did have a weird bot on the voting thing, which is kind of interesting, but we got that cleared up right away. I'd like to thank Julia Foley-Bay for her work on getting this onto YouTube so that it was more publicly available. And I'd like to thank all of the centers, Louisiana Tech, the CCDS, the Cardiovascular Center, and the LARC, Louisiana Addiction Research Center for their participation. And
I had to pick up the phone and let it go.
is there a question there? With that, we will announce the winners for the posters. We had a tie for first place for between poster 6 and poster 13, which poster 6 was anxiolytic effects of novel tryptamines by Bo Wood, and number 13 is lipin-1 regulates macrophage immunometabolism by Robert Schilke. I hope I'm saying that correct. And then in third place, we had set size and semantic ensembles by Nicholas Paternoster. So we will, there are actually cash prizes associated with that, and you get a cool certificate. So if you 3 would email me, that would be awesome, and we will make sure that we get that to you. And then Kevin, do you want to announce the popularity contest winner? Kevin Hawley? That is not great.
I don't know, has he walked away from his desk or not?
Yeah.
Right at the moment.
I'm going to call him really quickly. Wow. I look on the website, which I have to be able to figure it out. Hey, can you come back and announce who won the People's Choice Award? We're on right now, and that's the last thing we have to do. So you have no seconds. Okay. You don't have to log in. You can just call. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I got it. Thanks.
This is just adding to the suspense, huh?
It is. Okay, we don't have the author. I think he was trying to figure out the author, but the winner is silent neuroleptic malignant syndrome. Who is the author on that? I'm just going to ask instead of. Okay, well, we will have to figure that out. And thank you all for participating. And make sure that you fill out our exit poll about what you liked about this, what worked, what didn't work. It's under the events tab with everything else, I believe. And thank you for participating in RAID 2020. Good night.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Liz.
Thank you. That was great.
You still there, Karen?
Yes.
I'll call you on the phone.
Okay, since my phone's now ringing in the background. All right.